Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement commune. Début du débat en deuxième lecture du projet de loi C5, loi modifiant la loi sur les lettres de change, la loi d'interprétation.
That Bill C5, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
Mr. Guilbeault, seconded by Ms. Schultz, moves that Bill C5, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Debate. L'Honorable Ministre du Patrimoine canadien.
The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage.
I want to begin by acknowledging that this House sits on the traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe. Mr. Speaker, it is a great honour for me to rise today and speak on Bill C5, an important bill that seeks to create a new federal statutory holiday, a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. First, Mr. Speaker, it is important that we recognize and thank Georgina Jolibois for first bringing this bill forward in the last Parliament. But more importantly, for being a strong advocate for Indigenous rights and a voice for Indigenous peoples, not only in her riding, but across all Canada. I also want to thank and acknowledge the Honourable Member for Burnaby South for supporting this important piece of legislation. I've had the honour to speak in this House on our country's path towards reconciliation, and I know that reconciliation does not belong to a single political party or single individual. It is a shared responsibility for each and every one of us. Ce projet de loi est un pas important.
This bill is an important step on our path forward together. I am proud to work with colleagues from all political parties on this legislation. Mr. Speaker, some members in this House may have attended the meetings of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage when it studied Georgina Jolibois' bill during the last Parliament. The statements that we heard only strengthened our conviction that it is important that we adopt this bill. Many of these statements powerfully and strikingly evoked the potential effects of a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. For example, National Chief Robert Bertrand from the Aboriginal Peoples Congress stated, "A legal holiday will offer us an opportunity to think about the diversity of heritage and cultures in our country, which is an important part of our social tissue. Each of us will feel the need to reach true reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples."
Mrs. Teresa Brown, the chair of the National Centre for Truth and Reconciliation Survivors Circle, spoke powerfully about the importance of a National Day of Reflection for residential school survivors, saying, "A special, separate day when our grandchildren could go and learn a ref, lay tobacco, pray and remember it is important to me and other survivors. It is also a time for this country to remember and say never again. We want to know that when we are gone, our spirit of truth and reconciliation will live on in our future generations." Et Monsieur Nathan Obed,
and Nathan Obed, president of the Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami, stated that the creation of a statutory holiday provides a greater weight and allows for more education and a bigger platform for us. If you think about holidays, statutory holidays, and how they've been allocated over time, well, we see that they have been colonial in nature. And they have been about the founding of this country, not necessarily about Indigenous peoples within Canada. This would be a marked departure from that legacy. He also stated that this holiday can go a long way in making sure that from a very early age, all Canadians have a positive association with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis.
Speaks to the importance and status of national holidays in Canada. And I would like to remind this chamber, Mr. Speaker, that the act of creating a new statutory holiday is in itself quite significant. Right now, there are 9 federally legislated statutory holidays in Canada. A National Day for Truth and Reconciliation would join in rank of importance with holidays like Labor Day and Remembrance Day, highlighting the significance and scope of this day. Durant les témoignages que nous avons pu entendre de
We heard from witnesses that several groups expressed similar perspectives to those that I just quoted on the meaning and effects of a day.
The school system was indeed a national tragedy. Over the span of 130 years, more than 150,000 First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children were placed in residential schools. These children were forcibly separated from their parents, their homes, their culture, their language, their land, their relations, and their communities. Cette journée est importante. Elle offre l'occasion.
This day is important. It will give us an opportunity to reflect on the harms inflicted on First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, both historically and today, because of the effects of the residential schools. We will attempt to set these harms right by implementing the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The call to action at number 80 asks the governments to create a holiday in collaboration with Indigenous peoples, a national day for truth and reconciliation, in order to honor survivors, their families, and communities, and ensure that commemorating history and the effects of the residential schools remains an essential part of the reconciliation process. Today, we wish to respond to this call to action.
Consultations and respectful consideration, September 30th was a date chosen deliberately for its significance. Currently, September 30th is a date of grassroots movement called Orange Shirt Day, started by the formidable Phyllis Webstad. It was named after the orange shirt that Mrs. Webstad was given by her grandmother on her first day of a residential school, only to have it forcibly taken away from her upon her arrival. Her orange shirt is symbolic of the vibrant cultures, languages, traditions, identities, and childhoods that were oppressed within the residential school system. It is also a symbol of survivors, like Phyllis, and the monumental efforts by First Nations, Inuit, and Métis in protecting and revitalizing their cultures and their languages for future generations. Durant les témoignages en comité,
at committee, we learned that September was a painfully symbolic period for families and Indigenous communities. During September, children were separated from their communities every year to go back to school. And that is why we should create a solemn day during this month to remember the past, reflect, and together learn to know our history and the effects of the residential schools. Mr. Speaker, I have always believed that one of the pillars of reconciliation is education. The creation of a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation is education in action. For everyone in Canada, for everyone who lives in Canada, it would be a day of commemoration, but also a day where we could learn about a dark part of our history. It would be a way to never forget and to remember to never stop on the path towards reconciliation. Today, students still return to school every year in September. Not only is the 30th of September symbolically important, but it will also offer an opportunity for learning within our schools. Teachers throughout the country will be able to continue discussions that are already occurring in many schools on the residential schools. Families will have a reason to discuss reconciliation at home, and Canadians will have a day to reflect on our history and on our societal values. I enjoy imagining the day when every school in the country will mark this important day with ceremonies and a day of learning. I hope that schools will invite elders and survivors, knowledge holders, and Indigenous educators to come to classes to talk to the students.
The way that schools across the country use Remembrance Day as an educational tool for children of all ages to learn about the historic conflicts that Canada has been involved in, to understand the horrors of war, and above all, to honor the women and men who have sacrificed so much in serving this country. I believe that a new day for truth and reconciliation is an excellent learning opportunity for this equally important part of Canada's history. Malheureusement, Monsieur le Président,
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, only half of Canadians are familiar with the history of the residential school system and its long-term effects on Indigenous peoples. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission's final report stated that too many Canadians don't know much, and in some cases nothing at all, on the deep historical roots of these conflicts. This lack of historical knowledge has major repercussions for First Nations, Métis and Inuit, and for the rest of Canada. Creating a day every year to take the time to recognize this painful segment of history will help us to understand and become familiar with the reality of what happened at the residential schools, and that's a positive way of moving towards reconciliation. It is a collective and public act of recognition. Mr. Speaker, it would also be a day for listening and healing for the entire country. Together, we will be able to continue our conversation on social justice.
as Dr. Mary Wilson, former Commissioner for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, noted in her testimony to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage, a National Day makes it everybody's call to attention, call to remembrance, and call to respect, and hopefully there is ongoing education about it. We don't just talk about wars, we talk about peace in the context of talking about wars. In the context of residential schools, we can talk about mistakes of the past and what we are trying to do to address things going forward. Mr. Tim Achensinger, political advisor to the Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami, agreed. He said, "I think there's a way of achieving that balance where the focus of a day could be a focus on the past human rights abuses that Indigenous peoples have experienced and have worked to overcome. At the same time, it could be a day to focus on the agency that we all have to take positive actions to address some of the challenges that flow from that past experience." Monsieur le Président, je veux souligner la priorité constante de notre...
Mr. Speaker, our government believes that reconciliation and promoting Indigenous rights is a constant priority. Some will say that a day of remembrance will not resolve the horrors of the past and will not improve the unacceptable living conditions in some Indigenous communities today. However, remembering the past is an effective way of ensuring that history not repeat itself.
Overt racism exists in Canada. It is not and will never be acceptable. Recently, we have been reminded of the horrific consequences it can have. The events that preceded to the death of Joyce Equakan shocked us all. They outrage us, but should not surprise us. They are not isolated events. Addressing systemic racism in all our institutions requires active listening, strong public policy, and making more an equitable representation at all levels of society. Honoring the victims of institutional racism, whatever form it may have taken through history, is a first step. Making sure that these atrocities against Indigenous peoples cease completely is our everyday priority. This National Day for Truth and Reconciliation will be an opportunity for Canadians to reflect and question their own individual biases and assumptions. Working on them will require a continuous and collective endeavor beyond September 30th. J'implore à ce que les députés de cette Chambre...
I would urge all members in this House to listen closely to what survivors and Indigenous leaders have said. They're telling us that a National Day of Remembrance would help us to heal the wounds of the past, honor survivors, and move together towards reconciliation. We must also continue to work very hard to quickly resolve the many problems still facing Indigenous communities. Access to drinking water, for example, which is essential. Our government has committed to ending all boiled water advisories on reserve First Nation communities. We recognize the right of communities to have access to safe drinking water. And under this commitment, 95 boil water advisories have been ended since 2015. During the last Parliament, we adopted an important bill in order to reform foster services and family services in order to reduce the number of Indigenous children in foster care. That legislation will also enable First Nations, Inuit, and Métis to have full jurisdiction on child protection services so that they can take the right decisions for the well-being of their children, families, and communities. There is currently a crisis in Indigenous communities. Too many children are taken away from their homes and communities to be placed in care. We are also committed to the reappropriation, revitalization, and strengthening of Indigenous languages. The Indigenous Languages Act received royal assent on June 21st, 2019. It was a historic piece of legislation, and it was drafted in collaboration with Indigenous peoples. It recognizes the linguistic rights of Indigenous peoples and indicates how we will support those rights.
Heritage is working collaboratively with Indigenous partners to implement the Indigenous Language Act. The department is consulting with the of an Indigenous languages funding model. These are important successes, yet we can all agree that there's so much more that we need to do. I look forward to continuing to work hard and with Indigenous peoples across the country to make further progress on these and other crucial issues. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is committed to walking the path of reconciliation. With each step, Canadians will have the opportunity to better understand the lives, the difficulties and perspectives of Indigenous people of today and yesterday. By introducing this bill and to create a National Day of Truth and Reconciliation, the Government of Canada wishes to encourage people across the country to learn their history, to engage and become closer to support and accelerate the walk to reconciliation in their community. Although we have different lives and experiences, everyone in Canada has a unique and vital role to play in walking this path together towards reconciliation and the creation of a stronger and more resilient Canada.
Mr. Speaker, to close with the words of Ms. Georgina Jolibois, who said, "People in Canada are capable of mourning the past while also celebrating the present and looking toward the future." I urge all members to support this legislation so that our country can honor survivors and mark the history of residential schools with a day for recognition, reflection, commemoration, education, and engagement. Enfin, Monsieur le Président,
Finally, Mr. Speaker, it's important to recognize that others came before us in walking this path. The commissioners of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission gave much of themselves to ensure that the voices of others could be heard, those who testified, the leaders, Aboriginal leaders and Aboriginal communities across the country, current and former parliamentarians, specifically Georgina Jolibois, who asked that measures be taken to create this day, as is set out in this bill. I thank them all.
Merci. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech. I don't think anyone in this House could really disagree that there is an essential need for a day of remembrance, but there's a lot of concerns that have been raised to me by my Indigenous constituents that creating a new federal holiday where civil servants will not be working could hurt Indigenous people. Indigenous people have so many needs that have been listed, and I want the minister to assure my Indigenous constituents that there will be somebody to pick up the phone when they have a need on the National Day of Remembrance.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Honourable member for his question, Mr. Speaker, and of course the federal government and the federal system has been working and will continue to work to ensure that we can provide all the necessary services for Indigenous peoples across this country, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Matisse Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question, and I salute the tabling of this legislation. It's time to take the time to think and reflect, but also to take action. And this responds to the call for Action 80 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. I would like to talk about Call to Action 43, which asks the federal government to put in place and adopt the United Nations Declaration on Indigenous Peoples. I'd like to know if my colleague agrees that we should implement this call to action to ensure real reconciliation, and if he will ask his government to make it a priority. Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. I thank my honourable colleague for her question. We have made the commitment to do so. It is a priority for our government, and we will move forward with the adoption of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for his comments and for recognizing Georgina Jolibois in her work. I thought the way that the Minister did it was very classy and respectful for someone, Georgina, who worked tirelessly on this and also was, in the spirit of what the day is trying to do, very collaborative. She was very dedicated not only to reaching out to the communities, but also this place. And the bill, as the Minister knows, finished and died in the Senate. And why today I think is very important that we can move this forward in unity of a parliament. And I'd ask the Minister if he's prepared to work to ensure that this bill will continue to move quickly through this chamber, to the House, through the Senate. And again, thank you for his recognition of Georgina, who I saw how personally she worked hard on this and the amount of effort and what it meant for her. It means a lot to everyone, and it's important that we move forward, but only by recognizing the past and having the past included in our future.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honourable member for his question. As you say in English, we should give credit where credit is due. So it was absolutely natural for us to do this. I want to assure him that we will work diligently with all the members of this House and with the Senate to ensure that this bill is adopted as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it was wonderful to see this put forward today and to be up for debate. I was part of the committee that studied the bill that was put forward by Georgina Jolibois in the last Parliament. And I know how important it was, and having heard all of the witnesses, I know that they really are going to be so happy to see that we are moving forward and making it a priority. What I would like to ask the Minister, Mr. Speaker, and he touched upon this a bit in his speech, is why this chosen date? Because I know there's been some discussion about it, but why is September 30th the most important date for us to use as a date for the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation?
The Honourable Minister of Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for her question. As part of the consultations that were done during the last Parliament on this bill, and as part of the testimonies that we've heard through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, it became clear that September 30th, as I was saying earlier, Orange Shirt Day, which has been a grassroots movement in Canada, led by Indigenous peoples across the country, was really the most significant day to create this national, federal statutory holiday to remember what has happened and what Canada has done to Indigenous peoples across the country. We want to work to ensure that throughout Canada, Canadians, but especially younger Canadians, understand this part of our past, so that never again should this happen in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And first I want to thank the Minister for his well thought out and respectful speech. I know one of the privileges that I've seen for myself being a member of Parliament, it actually has helped me learn more and understand my own ignorance as far as reconciliation and the need for reconciliation. The Minister quite rightly points out the need for education, because so many Canadians are unaware of this dark chapter in our history. And I was wondering if he could comment, because in the bill there really is no plan to develop an educational strategy. And he did compare how this would be similar to Remembrance Day. And on Remembrance Day, the federal government and schools and everybody really puts an effort forward to allow young people and all Canadians to understand and learn about these tragic parts of our history. So I was wondering if the minister could comment if there is any plan, because this is one of the concerns of the bill. There doesn't appear to be a plan for an educational part of this whole process. And when we debated the Remembrance Day, I remember people worrying about, we don't want this just to become a holiday. We want it to be a learning experience. So thank you very much, Minister. Do you have a comment for me?
The Honourable Minister of Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his comment. It's a very important issue, and in fact, Heritage Canada does have programs for educational activities as part of this. This is something we want to continue going into the future and maybe even amplify. It's a very good point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the minister for his speech. I would like to ask him the following question. If he recognizes that the federal legislation on that is the Indian Act is a racist act and it's out of date and it should be changed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. I thank my colleague for his question. In this quest to work towards reconciliation with the Indigenous peoples, there are many things that we must indeed do, and I'm not going to claim that the bill that I'm presenting today or introducing today is going to do it all. It is one of the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. It's one of the things that we heard across the country, both during consultations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, as well as during the committee, the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage in its hearings. So it's one step towards reconciliation, but there are many other steps that we need to take. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for having resumed the work done by my former colleague, Georgine Jolibois. He had some lovely words for her today. And in this spirit of reconciliation and dialogue, and taking steps forward, I would like to ask him if is he prepared to commit to his government stop going before the courts to challenge the social and welfare legislation regarding Indigenous children. Thank you for the question. I said it earlier in response to the question asked by the member prior. This bill is one step towards reconciliation with the Indigenous people. There are many other things that we do need to do. In my speech, I spoke about the implementation of various legislation. We are taking this into consideration across the country. Language is culture, and culture is language. I can only agree with that. There are many other aspects that we have to put in place. Our government has committed to walking this path with Indigenous peoples, and this process will take a lot of time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to be here, and I want to thank our the Honourable Minister for his speech today. And to my colleagues in the House, thank you for being here as well. Imagine living beside a home for years, a house on your street for years and years and years, and knowing the families that went through there. And only to find out after you've grown up and you've moved away, the horrors that took place in that house. The unspeakable horrors that took place in that house. Put yourself in that position right now. Because for me, that is what we're talking about today. You see, the origin of the Orange Shirt Day is from my hometown of Williams Lake. St. Joseph's Mission was just down the road from where I grew up. I played ball hockey there. I swam there. Later on in life, I rode our motorbikes. I played in the fields. We rode our horses through there. I played with many of the kids. I know many of the kids that came through there. And Orange Shirt Day for me every year just strikes home to the fact that you never know exactly what's going on, just right beside you. You know, Mr. Speaker, over the years I've got to know a number of survivors of the residential school program. And they're horrific stories that they tell. You know, my wife and my children are First Nations. They're from the Estala First Nation. One of my dear friends and mentor, even though he's younger, is Chief Willie Sellers of the Williams Lake Indian Band, for whom St. Joseph's Mission and the remnants of the mission still reside on their, in their community. And as you drive by it every day, it's that constant reminder of the atrocities that took place right there. That's what Orange Shirt Day is for me. You know, for those that are in this house, and when we were talking about Remembrance Day, and we're talking about the significance of remembering those every day that, that serve our country and our community. And I think it's not just enough for us to use one day to remember their service. I think we have to remember this every day. And Orange Shirt Day for me and for many, I think every day we must remember these atrocities. You know, we have to understand our past. You know, we live currently in an era of the cancel culture. We want to erase all this, tear down statues and, you know, erase that past. And I think what we need, Mr. Speaker, is we need to remember our past. Without our past, we don't know where we've been. Without our past, we have no idea who we are today. And without our past, we don't know where we're going. You know, I spoke I had the honor of speaking during the Indigenous Languages Act, and I spoke of an elder in my riding, Kletley Tene elder Mary Gucci, who was one of the last speakers of the Dekelth language in my riding, and how she would share stories with me. I had the honor of being with her and sitting with her, and she would share stories with me. And she just instilled in me that our past is so important. The culture is so important, knowing your culture. My children, as I said, my son and my daughter are First Nations, and yet they have very little knowledge of their past, of their history. And I think that's shameful. I mentioned my friend, Chief Willie Sellers, who's a mentor, and he's leading his country, or his community, to overcome any of the challenges that they have, learn from the mistakes of the past, and lead them to greater opportunity moving forward. He's an accomplished author, and I'll mention his books, Dip Netting with Dad and Hockey with Dad. If you get a chance, I urge my colleagues here in this House and those who are listening to please source those books. They're easy reads, but they're impactful. You know, Orange Shirt Day was, or is, the story of Phyllis Jack. It's the story of how her first day of school, before her first day of school, her grandmother, her granny had taken her to a store and bought her a nice orange shirt for the first day of school. And then she got on the bus and she went to St. Joseph's Mission, and immediately upon arriving on the grounds of St. Joseph's Mission, that orange shirt was ripped off of her. You see, Mr. Speaker, the residential school program was designed to erase the First Nations, the Native in those children. Over 150,000 First Nations, Inuit, and Métis children went through that program. There are so many that did not make it home. So on September 30th, that day is a day to honor the survivors and those that came through the program. But it's to remember those who did not make it through. And my colleague had a great comment, a question to the minister about the education of this. You know, my worry with this program, or with this, is that it just becomes another excuse for a holiday. And I'll bring you back to my earlier comments. What I opened up with, imagine living beside a house of horrors. We should never forget. We need to learn from that past and ensure that it never happens again. And as the Orange Church slogan is that every child matters, we need to make sure that we are bringing equity up so that truly every child matters. You know, Mr. Speaker, I think I think we use reconciliation like a buzzword at times. We've seen it with certain programs and policies that have taken place. We've seen that we still have boil water advisories in First Nations. Now, I'll be the first to admit those boil water advisories have been long-standing, and that not one case is the same. It's not a one-size-fits-all. It's very complex, but we have to work to be better. We have suicide epidemics where children as young as 4 are choosing death over life to get out of their lot in life. You know, one of the first emergency debates that I took part in this house was the Attawapiskat First Nation suicide epidemic that we had that were going on. And sadly, today, we still have those same concerns and those same challenges that are taking place. Reconciliation is about walking a path together, not pitting one First Nation against another First Nation, picking winners or losers, or pitting First Nations against non-First Nations. It truly is. If we are truly devoted and committed to reconciliation, it's about working together, learning from one another. You know, I spoke to a couple of my First Nations leaders about my speech today, and they've heard me talk before, and they've heard my comments about reconciliation being more of a buzzword, something for a politician to stand up with their hand on their heart and perhaps have a tissue in their hand and dab away a fake tear and say that this is my most important relationship. Yet we still have communities that have boil water advisories. We have communities that suffer atrocious living conditions. If we're truly going to walk the path, we have to educate. We can't develop Indigenous policy without Indigenous peoples at the table. We can't chart a path forward unless we have honest conversations. An honest conversation is, we're not always going to agree. In my riding of Caribou Prince George, we have, in an area that I grew up running through and fishing and hunting and hiking, is the Jacotton, where the Williams case, the Supreme Court decision in the Williams case took place. And we have challenges. We have challenges with our First Nations and non-First Nations that have lived side by side for generations. And it's a delicate balance for me always, Mr. Speaker, because I have friends and relations on both sides. But we always have to remember that the path forward is through honest conversation and education. You know, Phyllis, in writing her story and telling her story, she hoped that it would spur a movement. It would help educate. And I think the conversation that we're having today and that we've had over the last number of years on this is so important. You know, Mr. Speaker, our shared history, our connection to our past is often immediate. The way we understand our heritage is passed down, for the most part, through books, through memories, through communication amongst communities. But our shared history, our shared past is also influenced by our own race, our color, our creed. And although it's shared between people, it's also shared very differently. You know, I think it's so important that as we walk together, that we understand that we all bring different stories. And I'm sure some of my colleagues are hearing this story for the very first time today. Phyllis' story is important. It's but one, and I urge folks to, if they have the opportunity. I've sat in some of these discussion circles, talking circles, when the Truth and Reconciliation study was going on, and the heartbreaking stories that you hear. Just last September 30th, on Orange Shirt Day, I did a healing circle in my hometown, and we had some survivors that were there. And the generational effects of residential school still impact those families. Although the last school closed in the 80s, 1981, I believe, or 84, that generational impact, that negative impact, is still going on to this day. It is seen in lateral violence. It is seen in substance abuse. It is seen in the abject poverty that these communities live in. You know, I hope my colleagues that are listening in or that are in the House today are taking pause today and listening. There are things that I feel that we should be looking at this piece of legislation and hopefully making some amendments to strengthen it, to maybe make it better. We were talking about education. And the school district in my riding, school district number 27, was chosen by the First Nations Education Steering Committee to pilot a curriculum changes for all grade 5 and grade 10 students, reflecting on the residential school experience. And the events were designed to commemorate the residential school experience, to witness and honor the healing journey of survivors and their families, to commit to the ongoing process of reconciliation. You know, that's when Phyllis Webstad told her story on the first day at the residential school, when her shiny new shirt, bought by her grandmother, was taken from her as a 6-year-old. You know, the minister mentioned why September 30th and September was chosen. You know, for kids right across our country, and for parents too, for the most part, that back to school day is a sense of excitement. Excitement for the parents because they're able to send their kids to school. They're free for a few hours every day. But they're excited to see their children go off on their journey of learning. But for many, that back to school, that time of celebration for many is still that pause or that time of reflection. And I have to say it's very traumatic. I've witnessed it firsthand. You know, while we say every child matters, I think we need to remember that every child matters, even if they're an adult. Even if they are an adult. Because we have so many that are still locked in that time when they were in that program. I had a First Nation leader call me last night. I had reached out, let him know that I was speaking on this. And he said much what my colleague mentioned from Sturgeon River Crowfoot, is that will this do anything to solve the boil water advisories? Will this do anything to solve the systemic racism that they feel? Will this do anything to solve the suicide epidemics? No, it won't. But it's a step in the way of educating about this, further educating about this. And as my colleague mentioned, while the minister mentioned it, it has to be included in the bill or the act that that education is such a critical component. We can't just make a holiday for the sake of giving people another long weekend to load up their campers and away they go, because I think at the very end, we'll be doing a disservice to the original intent of this bill. So the more that we can put and build in here to make sure that that we never forget. That we never forget. And on that day, whether it's September 30th, which is the day that is proposed, that we remember the 150,000, over 150,000 residential school children, the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis that went through there. We remember them. We remember and honor the survivors. And we never forget the children that never made it home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments made by the Minister or by the member opposite. No doubt they come from the heart, and I genuinely appreciate that. And I think when we look at the debate that will happen a little bit later on today and continue on, it's important for us to recognize that there was a commission, somewhat, I think, 94 calls for action. Vast majority of them, I think it's around 70 plus, have some indication where the federal government needs to be more directly involved than others, and this is one of them. I think that the general feeling amongst most is that this legislation is a positive step forward, and it's more than symbolism, because the best way to deal with truth and reconciliation, I believe, and I believe in good part the government supports, is through education. Education is the key in many ways in dealing with truth and reconciliation. And I think that we underestimate just the potential through that cross-cultural awareness, education. These are the things that I think can make a profoundly positive difference. And I'm wondering if my colleague could provide his thoughts in terms of by recognizing a day such as today and allowing for civil society to take advantage of that through educational type of programs, that we would all be better as a society as a direct result.
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Yeah, I thank our honourable colleague, Mr. Chair, for his, well, first for the promotion that he gave me, called me minister to begin with. Hopefully someday. And I would agree that education is critically important. You know, I spent a lifetime away overseas working with other countries, and I always used to say this, Mr. Speaker, is that we spend millions upon millions of dollars, billions likely, to figure out other cultures and how to do business and how to work with them, but we have failed in doing so here at home. That we haven't sat and we haven't learned our lessons. And I think education, which is what I said in my comments, is that educational component is so vital in this, and it's lacking in the current act, that we need to make sure that education is critically important. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Microphone, please. I thank the honourable member for his remarks, and I'd like to hear him talk about something that he's already mentioned, that this can't simply be a day off. It's a day that we remember, educate, raise awareness. I'd like to ask him what he expects of parliamentarians. What would he like to see us do together in our ridings in order to honour this important day?
Member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, that's a great question. I think that is the fear that I have with this, is that it becomes just another excuse for people, for families to load up their trailers and go camping and go away and be together. So we, as the 338 members of Parliament that were elected to be here, we have to act as examples. And I can tell you in my riding that we do our very best to participate in events. Sometimes we're here, so we acknowledge the day when we are here in the House. But there are many things that we could do. I urge our colleagues to reach out to their local First Nations communities to truly find the elders within those communities, and to talk about, openly talk about, if they are willing to do so, about the impacts of residential school programs that they potentially experienced.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for his comments. I could feel the heartfeltness of them, and it did move me today. I am a teacher by training, so listening to him talk about the value of education was so very important to me. I'm also a mother, and so of course thinking about what happened with children and their parents with residential schools is very important to me, and I shudder with what they had gone through. This week in Alberta, there were some leaked curriculum documents that actually pulled the education of residential schools out of our curriculum. At a time when I think we all need to be doing more to make sure Canadians know about what happened with residential schools, it's being taken from our curriculum in Alberta. Remembering history is important, acknowledging harm done is important, and recognizing what was done to Indigenous people is important. So I'm wondering if the member could let us know if he would be supporting the expedited passage of the bill to the Senate.
The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Speaker, there was a lot in, or Mr. Speaker, there's a lot into that, and I want to thank our colleague for her questions. You know, we need. This is the second time that we've been discussing this bill, and I've expressed some of my concerns on this, and obviously I think the colleagues can see where I stand with the bill, and our party stands with it. You know, we want to make sure that the due diligence is done, not just with this bill, but We want to make sure that what's taking place in Alberta doesn't take place, or I think you said Alberta, or Mr. Chair, I think the comment was, we want to make sure that it is, that we're working with our provincial colleagues, that we're working with all the, those in this House and those in the other House to make sure that this bill receives royal assent and becomes possible, so that we have a National Day of recognition. But it has to be a day that just doesn't, that the significance of this day is never lost, and that we remember that every child matters, and that we strive to do better. And so I'll be working hard with my with our shadow minister here on this issue, and those across the way. So thank you.
I think we'll need to leave that for the moment, and the honourable member for Cariboo Prince George will have 3 minutes remaining for questions and comments when the House gets back to debate on the question. We'll now go to members' statements, déclaration de député, and the first one by video conference, the honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is World Polio Day, and I would like to thank all Rotary clubs in Canada, including local Rotary clubs in our binational Rotary District 6400, for their efforts to help end polio around the world. Congratulations as well to Jennifer Jones, a fellow Windsorite, on her historic appointment as the first woman president in Rotary International's 115-year history. The Global Polio Eradication Initiative has helped vaccinate 2.5 billion children since 1988, but we know that the job is not yet done. In May, our government announced $190 million in funding over 4 years for GPEI, and I'm proud of Canada's strong leadership on the global health stage. Around the world, efforts to eradicate polio have already prevented 18 million cases of paralysis. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the great global health success stories of the last 30 years. And our government will remain a partner every step of the way as we move closer to eradication. Thank you.
Honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate Mark Arcand for being re-elected Tribal Chief of the Saskatoon Tribal Council on October 15th. The Saskatoon Tribal Council represents 11,000 people in 7 distinct First Nations, including the Muskeg Lake Cree Nation, where Chief Arcand hails from. Chief Arcand is committed to helping youth excel and build their dreams through developing the gift in each child. As the leader of the Saskatoon Tribal Council, he is a tireless advocate for improved facilities and programming, especially for vulnerable people in Saskatoon. The Saskatoon Tribal Council operates family health and wellness programs, a legal advocate center, a job training center, affordable housing, and the White Buffalo Lodge, a facility that takes youth off the street and offers them alternatives to homelessness and addiction. The Saskatoon Tribal Council seeks to develop economic capacity within the Indigenous communities. They help create business and industry partnerships in promoting sustainable wealth creations for First Nation communities. Mr. Speaker, once again, congratulations to the Saskatoon Tribal Council and Chief Mark Arcand.
Honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses in my community, they are the heartbeat of our community. They are our lively social hubs, they are what bring community together, and they are the economic drivers and employers for my community. And they have been hard hit by this pandemic. I have seen and spoken with so many of our local business owners and BIAs, and I want to thank them for reaching out and for sharing with me their insights, which have helped to shape our government's policies. I am committed to continuing to work with them, and I want to thank our community for stepping up and showing support for our local businesses in this difficult time. Because together, we will get through this, we will be stronger, and we will have lively, strong main streets throughout our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Back to video conference, the honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Mr. Speaker, in my riding, the wine industry is an important part of the economy, and it has been directly affected by COVID. Most of the smaller wineries here rely on sales to restaurants, direct-to-consumer online sales, and sales to visitors. When restaurants closed and tourists stopped coming, these wineries were significantly impacted. And while online sales increased, the BC wine industry still faces interprovincial trade barriers that ban that practice. That must change. And in the middle of the pandemic, the federal government removed one of the most critical supports for the industry by canceling the excise tax exemption for Canadian wines. They must quickly replace that with trade legal support, such as that proposed by Wine Growers Canada. I want to close by mentioning the untimely passing of David Wilson, the former chair of the Canadian Vintners Association. Mr. Wilson always brought intelligent conversation and fine Okanagan wines to our meetings in Ottawa. He left us too soon, and he will be missed.
The honourable member for London North Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honour the remarkable life of Fania Fanny Goose, a constituent and longtime business leader in London who passed away in her 99th year this April. Fanny, or the First Lady of Downtown as she was known, was a remarkable woman who experienced the best and worst that our world can offer. A Holocaust survivor who came to Canada in 1949, Fanny and her husband realized the Canadian dream by founding a retail business that became a pillar of London's downtown for over 50 years. Mr. Speaker, Fanny was sought out for direct and savvy advice. Always politically engaged, she had her finger on the pulse of the community. Fanny was kind, confident, thoughtful, and always had a positive outlook. She was predeceased by her husband Jerry, mother to Steve Goose Garrison and Martin Goose, and loving Bubby to 3 grandchildren and 6 great-grandchildren. Fanny, rest in eternal peace. Your legacy will live on for generations to come. Thank you.
By video, the honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to pay tribute and give congratulations to one of the most important individuals in my life, my father. My dad, Gary Bragdon, after more than 50 years of dedicated hard work, will be retiring from the Nakawick pulp mill this weekend. He worked tirelessly to provide for his wife and his 4 children. His metal lunch bucket became an important symbol for me during my campaign to be a member of this House. It serves as a constant reminder of who I am representing. Those who carry the buckets, work in our mills and our factories, wait on our tables, truck our foods, harvest our natural resources, run small businesses, fish our waters, grow our food, and literally keep our land. Mr. Speaker, these are the people who in large part make Canada what it is, and the people that will drive Canada's economy into recovery and back into prosperity. I keep my father's bucket in my office in Ottawa as a constant reminder of who sent me here as their representative. Dad, congratulations on your retirement, and I can assure you that on this side of the House, we will remember those who carry the buckets.
The honourable member for St. John Rothsay.
Mr. Speaker, the development of small modular reactor technology is key to building Atlantic Canada's economy back better. SMRs are safe, reliable, transportable, and emissions-free. And the science is clear. We simply cannot achieve net zero by 2050 without them. Atlantic Canada's strategic geographic position, skills base, and transportation infrastructure position it to become a world leader in SMR development and manufacturing. Our region's SMR sector, which is based in my riding of St. John Rothsay, has the potential to create thousands of highly skilled, well-paying, sustainable green jobs across our region. That's why I'm proud to be part of a federal government that is committed to making the investments necessary to fully leverage the economic potential of our SMR sector. It's also why I'm working closely with my federal colleagues across Atlantic Canada, as well as my provincial counterparts in New Brunswick, to deliver the federal and provincial investments necessary to seize this historic opportunity.
L'honorable député de Argenteuil-La-Petite.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to mention Small Business Week, which will be ending tomorrow. It's an opportunity to show our support for small businesses in our country, and specifically in my riding, Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. The last few months have been particularly difficult for small business, but our entrepreneurs have shown resilience, determination, and innovation. Our government is there to support them thanks to various measures, like the Canada Emergency Rent Subsidy, the extension of the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, and broadening the Canada Emergency Business Account. I'm thinking about business owners in my riding, like Félix Marcoux at the Petit Chef of Bakery, Anna Boyer from the Montebello Cheesemakers, Charles Arlin Carrière from Orientec, and others. I would encourage everyone to support our local businesses, which make our communities thrive. Thank you.
Member for Foothills.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a trailblazer, a role model, an inspiring leader who has achieved heights never reached before. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to Lieutenant Colonel Riel Erickson from my riding in Foothills as being named the commander of the Canadian Forces Flying School in Moose Jaw. A farm girl raised in Millerville, Erickson is the first woman to take command of 2 Canadian Forces Flying School, the center of pilot training in the country. Erickson was inspired to join the military by her uncle, who was a fighter pilot in the Gulf War. A graduate of Oilfields High School, Riel earned her rings in 2005 and became just the 5th woman in the history of the Royal Canadian Air Force to become a CF-18 pilot. In her impressive career, she has faced many obstacles, including Russian bombers. But in doing so, she earned the nickname Guns. From her humble roots in southern Alberta, she has turned into a strong leader and a fierce pilot. And she has proven the sky is the limit. Her parents, her husband, her sons, her community are extremely proud. She has said, "I can't wait till we run out of firsts." Through her leadership, she is proving that to be true.
Back to video conference and the honourable member for Yukon.
Tomorrow is World Polio Day, a day to celebrate the world's progress against polio and our resolve to end this horrible disease once and for all. Recently, Africa was certified free of the wild polio virus, a big milestone. But COVID-19 caused 50 million children to miss their polio vaccinations. So sustained action is critical to protect global health. If we stop now, 200,000 children a year could be paralyzed. In May, Canada committed $190 million to the Global Polio Eradication Initiative. Building on past contributions are something that all Canadians can be proud of. Please join me in marking World Polio Day by thanking all who contribute to polio eradication, including Rotary clubs across Canada and the Whitehorse Rotary Club, who sponsored polio survivor Yukon's Ramish Farish's epic fundraising hand cycle tour, 7,140 kilometers across Canada. Because of all your actions, 18 million people who could otherwise be paralyzed are now walking. Let's keep it up.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, as Remembrance Day and the commemoration of the 80th anniversary of the Battle of Britain approach, it is important we recognize, remember, and honor the contributions of all who have served and continue to serve this nation as members of our Canadian Armed Forces. This November 11th, we will remember those who paid the ultimate sacrifice. We will not, nor shall we ever forget the contributions of those heroes who never made it home. As such, I would like to bring attention to the important recovery work of a World War II bomber, British Short Sterling, which is now happening in the Netherlands. That bomber was lost in 1943, returning from a raid over Germany. On board was a crew of 7, including 2 Canadians. Sergeant John Francis James McCaw, 20, the youngest crew member from Belleville, Ontario, and Flying Officer Harry Gregory Farrington, 24, from Niagara Falls, Ontario. Mr. Speaker, we must and we will continue to remember them. They sacrificed their tomorrows so that we could enjoy the peace and freedoms of today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mission, Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's Small Business Month, and I want to give a shout out to a business in my riding, Bear Country Bakery in Mission, British Columbia. I'm highlighting Bear Country Bakery because the owners, the Popma family, heard that our Royal Canadian Legions were hurting this year and wanted to do something about it. They stepped up and held a donut fundraiser on October 17, which saw over $1,100 in donut sales, plus individual donations going to Legion Branch 57. They continue to raise funds, and their next outdoor fundraiser for veterans is on Saturday, November 7th. I encourage everyone in Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon to buy a box of donuts and support Bear Country Bakery and our Royal Canadian Legion. It's community-minded businesses like these whose contributions make a real difference and keep our towns and cities strong. Thank you, Bear Country Bakery. Thank you to our veterans and committed members of our legions across Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
As a proud Albertan and an alumnus of the University of Alberta, it is my great honor to rise in recognition of University of Alberta virologist Dr. Michael Houghton. Earlier this month, Dr. Houghton was awarded the 2020 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for his discovery of the hepatitis C virus. Hepatitis C is a global pandemic, but now, thanks to Dr. Houghton and his subsequent work developing blood tests and therapeutics for the disease, millions of people have a new lease on life, and our blood supply is safer. It's an incredible achievement and a wonderful story, and it doesn't end there. Dr. Houghton has created a vaccine against hepatitis C that is now being tested, and he is leading efforts to create a COVID-19 vaccine. Congratulations, Dr. Houghton. You've made us all proud, and we are very thankful for your work.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charles Voix. Mr. Speaker, during the 24th Culture Day celebration in Quebec, people in the arts and culture sector were celebrated. This is such an important sector, and it allows our culture to thrive, a culture that is recognized throughout the world. For the last several months, our cultural sector has taken a dire hit, but it is a resilient sector. I would like to congratulate all those who are continuing to support our Quebec cultural sector. I'd like to thank all artists and creators who are continuing to invent stories, dreams, and beauty for us. I know the sector is worried, but it is still an essential economic and social force in Quebec. On behalf of all my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, I would say to all these wonderful people who make life beautiful, I would say we need you in order to be happy. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, since the Prime Minister was slow to act back in January, the virus was allowed to infiltrate and spread across Canada for several months unchecked. While the government focused on cases and deaths, they completely ignored other types of casualties. TD Bank, while declared an essential service, used the pandemic as an excuse to close its branch in Petawawa. Petawawa is home to Canada's largest community of veterans and their widows. Seniors, careful to avoid being defrauded by electronic banking, prefer to deal with human tellers. The tellers are predominantly women, so those who worked at the Petawawa branch have lost their postings at that location. Groping a reporter, elbowing a female MP in the chest, firing female cabinet members, and now this failure in dealing with the pandemic, costly symbolic gestures aside, this self-proclaimed feminist Prime Minister has failed Canadian women at every turn.
By video conference, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to highlight that just before Thanksgiving, a new local newspaper joined Kitchener-Conestoga. The Wilmot Post started and is run by a group of active members in our community who volunteered their time to deliver local news, family milestones, local sports, and more, sharing stories with our community and amplifying our voices. I want to extend a warm welcome to the Wilmot Post and look forward to seeing the paper grow in the coming months. And I would like to share that Radio, Television, Digital News Association has honored Kitchener's 570 News with the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Award for Outstanding Newscast in Small Market Radio. Congratulations. I look forward to supporting local journalism, whether reading, watching, or listening at home, or standing in the House of Commons and advocating its merits for our community in Kitchener-Conestoga and communities throughout Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
COVID-19 testing centre recently had to close due to staff burnout in Coquitlam. This left residents in the area waiting for days for results for their COVID-19 tests. So it's unfortunate that the member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, spent the week trying to prevent Canadians from getting answers on COVID-19 rapid tests, as he did in his speech to the House yesterday, and as he did in Health Committee when he oversaw Liberals trying to gut our motion on the same. So, very simple question, because I don't think any Liberal has raised this in the House yet. When will COVID-19 rapid tests be widely available in Coquitlam?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Honourable Member for the question. Mr. Speaker, we've said from day one, testing is one of the most important tools we have to respond to COVID-19.
We are working around the clock to review and approve new testing technologies every day. We've already approved several of these tests, and we can expect more as the technology develops. Rapid tests have arisen, and rapid tests will be disseminated throughout the provinces and all of the rest of the country very, very soon.
Well, member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Very, very soon. That's great. That's that guy. I got to tell you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this week in Richmond Hill, people were being prevented from traveling to reunite with family members abroad because they don't have access to COVID-19 rapid tests. Rapid tests are now often needed to board flights to international destinations, especially for family reunification, but people can't get their results because the Liberals have failed to get rapid tests. They're not widely available. So a very simple question for the residents in Richmond Hill. When will rapid tests be widely available to them?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. We have, as we've said, we know the importance of having quick access to test results, and we are fast-tracking the review of COVID tests across the country, including rapid response test kits. We will continue to work with the provinces and territories to ensure that the people who need to be tested are able to be tested and will get these rapid tests.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I believe it's the member from Gatineau that's actually responsible for helping to procure rapid tests, and yet in Gatineau, there's some of the longest lines for COVID tests. People are waiting for days. They're waiting for days for this. The member from Gatineau, I believe, also has some role in procurement, which means that he would have known that Plum Liberal insider Frank Baylis would have gotten this great contract instead of getting rapid tests for the people of Gatineau. So a question for his colleague. When will rapid tests be widely available to the people of Gatineau?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, early diagnosis is critical to slowing and reducing the spread of COVID-19 in Canada. We've made emergency changes to allow faster access to COVID-19 tests in Canada. And through the Safe Restart program, we've provided billions to provinces to help them build their capacity. Mr. Speaker, we are on this.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'll take the government at its word. Are they honest? They said for 5 years we're whiter than white when it comes to digital appointments. They have to admit that, in fact, this white is full of Liberal red spots. For 3 days, the minister has not given a clear and honest answer. Can the Minister of Justice, who is an honourable man, an academic, can he reassure the House that never the judicial appointment process has had any interventions from anybody in the Liberal Party? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister or Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. I can assure the member opposite, like the Minister himself said, he was under no partisan pressure when it came to judicial appointments. Judges are appointed through a strong process based on merit, and the goal is to diversify the judicial appointments across Canada. It's a change for the good, and it's a step in the right direction. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent, according to testimony from Radio Canada, it's exactly the opposite that has occurred. A former employee of the minister's office said the opposite. What was he referring to? He was referring to the Liberalist list, the Friends of the Liberal Party. So people who had put up Liberal signs or contributed to the Liberal Party before an election. Can the minister assure us that the whole process from start to finish was impartial? Yes or no? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. What I can stress for the member opposite is that partisan pressure never had an impact on the appointment of a judge by the Minister of Justice. We take this process very seriously. It's merit-based. Candidates are high-caliber candidates. Our goal is to diversify the courts. And this goal has shown good results. So, for example, the number of women appointed by our government is more than 50%. which is much higher than under the Conservative parties in the past. The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois sincerely thanks the Guardian Angels saving lives in long-term care homes. Among them, we find hundreds of asylum seekers who have risked their lives for Quebec seniors. The Bloc Québécois supports the will of this government and the government of Quebec to grant them permanent residency for their exceptional services rendered. 2 months after the announcement, however, the program still doesn't exist, and the department has implied that it might still take months. When will our Guardian Angels finally be able to apply? The Honourable Minister or Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, we recognize the extraordinary work done by the Guardian Angels, the men and women who have dedicated themselves since the beginning to helping, and they have made a real difference for so many people by providing them with support, by feeding them, washing them, etc. But there is one thing, Mr. Speaker, the government recognized this work and is working with them. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, obviously, we do support this process with all our hearts, but we simply want the federal government to show as much dedication to these Guardian Angels as they have showed for Quebec seniors. So we are concerned because already before COVID, Ottawa took years to process various immigration applications. People have had the time to settle in Quebec, find employment, start a family before they got an update from the federal government, and often they got bad news. When will the Guardian Angels finally be able to apply for permanent residency? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, once again, we highlight the work of these Guardian Angels. I know a number of them, in fact, and they come from my part of Montreal, and I'm happy that the Bloc Québécois is raising this point because it's extremely important. It's important to recognize everything these people have done since the beginning, the sacrifices that they have made, personal sacrifices often. It has not gone unnoticed, and the Government of Canada will work with them.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, in Nova Scotia, Mi'kmaq fisheries have faced violence and had their property destroyed. In Ontario, Haudenosaunee land defenders had guns turned on them. There are reports that some have been shot by police with rubber bullets. Despite their love of talking about the right thing, Liberals have failed to negotiate in good faith and do the right thing. The federal government has the power to ensure a peaceful resolution and ensure that we move forward and that no one else is hurt. Why do Indigenous people have to fight this government for their very rights every step of the way?
The Honourable Minister or Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes the best way to resolve outstanding issues is through a respectful and collaborative dialogue, which is vital to building stronger relationships and advancing reconciliation for the benefit of Indigenous communities and all Canadians. We deeply value our relationship with Six Nations. We are committed to continuing to work collaboratively to address their historical claims and land rights issues. Our government is actively working with the community and look forward to meeting at the earliest opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, that's not good enough. This week, an Ontario court sided with private developers and applied a permanent injunction against the Haudenosaunee people on their own traditional territories at 1492 Landback Lane. Last night, the OPP opened fire on land defenders with rubber bullets, setting the stage for a sharp escalation in violence there. This conflict is not new, Mr. Speaker. It is the direct result of this government's refusal to negotiate these land claims in good faith, resulting in this violence. When will this government finally get back to the table with the Haudenosaunee Confederacy Council and allow these claims to be peacefully settled?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, Canada deeply values its relationship with Six Nations and is committed to continuing to work collaboratively to address the Six Nations' historical claims and land issues. We have put in place flexible processes to allow for the exploration of new ways to achieve this goal, such as those identified in the Coyle report. This independent report and the fact finders marked an important first step in opening lines of communication at that time and also helped build understanding of the negotiations and discussions that followed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, on numerous occasions, this Prime Minister boasted that Canada is back in the business of peacekeeping. But like everything else, it was just another empty promise. In February 2019, this government's officials told the Standing Committee on National Defense the Quick Reaction Force has been entered into the UN Capability Registry. Well, now, according to Global Affairs and the United Nations, Canada never registered the Quick Reaction Force. Why did the Liberal government mislead the Defence Committee?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of National Defence.
I thank my honourable colleague for that question, and we very much regret that that was an honest mistake before the committee. But I do reassure him that we did promise Canadians that we would renew our commitment to peacekeeping, and that's exactly what we are doing. Our aviation task force in Mali provided life-saving medical evacuation and tactical airlifts for the United Nations forces in Mali, and following a temporary operational pause due to COVID-19, the tactical detachment in Uganda completed a mission in Entebbe, Uganda. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Member for Selkirk, Interlake Eastman.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister made all sorts of promises about his big plans for peacekeeping. But now that he suffered an embarrassing loss for his coveted UN Security Council seat, all those promised troops have disappeared. In fact, the Prime Minister has let the number of troops that Canada has on UN missions fall to zero. Nada, nothing. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government misled a parliamentary committee into believing Canada had registered the Quick Reaction Force. A tweeted acknowledgement of the error means nothing. Will the Minister of Foreign Affairs do the right thing and table an official apology for misleading Parliament?
The Honourable Minister or Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for this very important question. And I think as all parliamentarians, we should be proud of Canadian forces which have been operating around the world in peacekeeping operation. I had the privilege, Mr. Speaker, to spend some time with them in Mali at the MINUSMA. Many of our men and women in uniform are making a real difference, and I can assure the member that Canada will be continuing to be a key component of UN peacekeeping force around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals are giving a $237 million contract to another friend of the Liberal Party, former MP Frank Baylis, restaurants and bars in Quebec are closed because of COVID. Their situation is critical. One of the solutions to help them would be to give them access to rapid tests. Why can our restaurant owners, businesses and provinces not have access where elsewhere in the world they have been using them for months? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary or Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. As we've said in this House numerous times, testing is one of the most important tools that we have to respond to COVID-19, and we are working around the clock to review and approve new testing technologies. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that rapid tests are arriving daily and being moved across the country daily. Thank you.
The honourable member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, major countries around the world have been having access to these for months. So why are we not able to get them? I talked about restaurants and bars, but there's also the aviation sector, travel agencies. They are in survival mode right now. They are also waiting for these rapid tests and already have been doing so for months. When will it be? When it's time to give money to Liberal friends, it doesn't take long, just a few days, and millions are spent. But when we have to spend money on our companies, the money never comes in order to pay for these rapid tests. Why? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And again, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question. Again, we are approving tests on a regular basis. We are receiving tests on a regular basis. We have our own process through Health Canada. We have our own, we rely on our own testing data, and we have our own approvals process. From the beginning, Mr. Speaker, we've had faith and we have followed science and data on our response to COVID-19, and we will continue to do so.
Well, member for Kenora.
Mr. Speaker, Niskantaga First Nation in my riding has been under a boil water advisory for 25 years. Now, due to the shutdown of their water treatment plant, many community members are being forced to evacuate. This is by all accounts a public health emergency and one that could have been prevented if action had been taken sooner. This government has shown that they can spend billions of dollars to address a crisis within a very short time frame. So when will they finally eliminate all long-term drinking water advisories on reserve?
The Honourable Minister or Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're deeply concerned by the shutdown of Nishgandiga's water distribution system, and we're actively working with community leadership to find immediate and long-term solutions to this health emergency. We're funding the repairs needed and the temporary evacuation of community members, as well as working with the Ontario government to ensure seamless access to health services and that appropriate public health precautions are taken to safeguard evacuees. We will not rest until Nishgandiga has access to clean and reliable drinking water.
For Kenora.
The issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls is an issue that is unfortunately very close to many people in my riding, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 8 years, half of Ontario's identified cases took place in the Kenora region. So I was very disappointed to learn that the government is planning to sit on the results of the final MMI-WG report. Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. When will this government present a real plan to keep Indigenous women and girls safe?
The Honourable Minister or Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the voices of Indigenous women are essential to our journey of reconciliation, and the work done by the Commission on the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Children are essential to a path forward, and we will be working with all parties, Indigenous leadership, involved in order to ensure that we meet and exceed the expectations put forward in the report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, over half of the population of the Haut-Karabakh was displaced due to ongoing fighting. Over 90% are women and children. Let's not forget this is happening in the middle of a pandemic. The Armenian community is on the Hill today to show its grave concerns about the worsening conflict. The mayor of Laval also wrote to the Prime Minister to express concerns of the Quebec Armenian community, but there's only been radio silence from him. Can the government explain concretely what it is doing to ensure a peaceful resolution to the conflict in Upper Karabakh? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. As my colleague knows full well, Canada has been one of the first voices in the world to ensure that there would be a de-escalation in the conflict. I was last week in Europe to meet with our partners, including the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. We will continue to help to ensure a de-escalation and a lasting ceasefire. Yesterday, we announced humanitarian emergency aid of more than $325 million. Mr. Speaker, we are all concerned by the Armenian conflict, and we will continue to show leadership in order to. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, right now and for the past several years, the Uyghur people have been subject to horrific human rights violations in China. They amount to genocide. The House Subcommittee on International Human Rights officially recognized that this was the case this week. The situation, Mr. Speaker, cannot be allowed to continue. The Chinese Communist Party must be held accountable for its policy of genocide. Does this government and the Minister of International Affairs agree with the conclusions of the subcommittee, which included Liberal members, and recognize that the Chinese state is committing acts of genocide against the Uyghur people? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. We are all extremely troubled by human rights violations in Xinjiang. We have publicly and systematically asked the Chinese government to end the repression of the Uyghur people. Recently, I raised this issue directly with the High Commissioner of the United Nations Commission for Refugees, and more recently, Mr. Speaker, with 37 other countries, Canada spoke loud and strong about the violations that we're seeing in this region of China. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the GTA needs a Union Station of the North, but this government refuses to invest. For the citizens in my riding and across York Region, the Yonge Subway extension is their top priority. The Ontario government has committed to invest, but 5 years and 2 business cases later, this government still won't act. Why won't this government invest in the Yonge Subway extension and get this critical project on track?
Minister of Infrastructure.
Invest over $11.8 billion in Ontario over the next decade, including $8.3 billion for public transit. We're absolutely committed to moving forward on good public transit projects, but I'd just like to remind the member opposite that it was under their election platform that they were going to cut infrastructure investments. So would they have cut this project?
Honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the federal government has promised $8.3 billion just to public transit in Ontario, but none of it will go to the Yonge Subway extension. The Yonge Line is the lifeblood of the GTA, with 800,000 commuters a day and almost 100,000 of them passing through Finch. The extension would create 60,000 jobs, reduce gridlock, and deliver economic growth for the entire GTA. The business case is obvious. So what's the real reason this government won't invest?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Speaker, I'm happy to repeat our commitment to public transit, that we have committed $8.3 billion for public transit in Ontario. I've had direct conversations with the minister responsible for this project about the opportunity to move forward. But once again, I would like to ask the member opposite, when they said that they would cut $18 billion from the infrastructure budget, would they have cut the investment in this project?
Honourable member for Tobique Mactaquac.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, the Premier of Nova Scotia said to the Chronicle Herald regarding the fishing crisis, we're in a position where all parties are not sitting at a table to find what is a workable solution. This is only getting more entrenched. He continued by saying, we need the federal minister to sit down with all sides in a room. It is not enough to sit down with Indigenous leaders or with fishing associations by themselves. No one is happy with this minister's performance, including the Liberal Premier of Nova Scotia. When will the minister meet with both Indigenous and non-Indigenous fish harvesters to come to a peaceful solution?
The Honourable Minister or Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government will continue to work collaboratively with First Nation communities to fully implement their treaty rights. Right now, our government's #1 priority is keeping people safe. We need to work together to lower tensions on the water and find a calm resolution to this impasse. We know these issues are long-standing, complex, and deeply personal to everyone involved. The only way to resolve them is through a respectful and collaborative dialogue, and that is exactly what we are doing, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for New Brunswick Southwest.
After dithering, hiding, and ignoring this dispute over how to implement a moderate living for Indigenous communities as outlined by the Marshall decision, the Fisheries Minister has decided to appoint a negotiator to do her job. But it's too late. People are speaking out and blaming this minister. Chief Sack has been unhappy for months. So are fishing community leaders. Alan Clark, who is head of DFO Fisheries Enforcement in southern New Brunswick for 25 years, also blames the minister. Former MLA and once provincial fisheries minister Sterling Beliveau puts the blame squarely on the hapless South Shore St. Margaret's MP. Mr. Speaker, why should Nova Scotians continue to have faith in this minister?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are fully committed to working in collaboration with First Nations to implement their treaty right to fish in pursuit of a moderate livelihood. Right now, the minister's #1 priority is keeping people safe and to lower tensions on the water and find a calm resolution to this impasse. She has spoken directly with First Nation leadership and industry representatives in Nova Scotia, and our government will continue to work collaboratively with First Nation communities to fully implement their treaty rights.
Honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in Manitoba, residents and families of Parkview Place Care Home are in crisis. There are now 14 deaths due to COVID-19. Families are devastated. This Liberal government has done nothing to keep people safe during this pandemic. They refuse to get profit out of long-term care and ensure the well-being and security of long-term care residents and workers. People need urgent help now. When will this federal government and for-profit care homes develop national standards for long-term care and ensure that workers and residents have what they need to be safe?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for the very important question. Mr. Speaker, we're deeply concerned by the outbreaks of COVID-19 in long-term care facilities. We are working with provincial counterparts closely, and PHAC released guidance for facilities on how they can protect their residents from COVID-19. Under the Safe Restart Agreement, we are providing $740 million for measures to control and prevent infections, including those in long-term care. Going forward, we will work with provinces and territories to set new national standards for long-term care.
Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
As the second COVID wave hits Canadians, our loved ones in long-term care are bracing for the worst, and they have good reason to be worried. Some of the deadliest outbreaks in Ontario and Manitoba happened in for-profit homes owned by this federal government. These homes were grossly understaffed, and there wasn't enough protective equipment to keep residents or workers safe, all to maximize profits. This federal government is failing our seniors in care homes they own. When will they act and fix the problems in for-profit care?
Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I said, we know that we must act to protect our loved ones in these facilities and those that care for them. The Public Health Agency of Canada has created interim guidance for long-term care facilities, which was validated by chief medical officers of health. The guidance recommends that a no-visitor policy be considered, that physical distancing take place at all times, and that staff in long-term care homes stay home if they are ill. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work closely with our partners, with our provincial and territorial colleagues, to ensure that we can do everything possible to protect our most valuable seniors.
La députée de Lac-Saint-Louis.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Isolation and good mental health remain one of the greatest challenges facing seniors during this pandemic. Many seniors live alone and may have difficulty finding ways of communicating with others. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health tell us what steps our government is taking to ensure that our seniors remain connected at all levels in order to break down isolation and ensure their mental health is good?
La Ministre de la Santé.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the honourable member for the very important question. Merci à mon collègue pour la question.
I thank the honourable member for his question.
Many seniors feel isolated, and we need to be there for them when they need us the most. That's why we launched the Wellness Together Canada portal to provide confidential support to Canadians during this pandemic. Canadians in need can access this service through canada.ca/coronavirus or the Canada COVID-19 app. We also invested an additional $20 million in the New Horizons for Seniors program to keep seniors connected to their communities. Mr. Speaker, together we will get through this.
For Calgary Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, Calgary Airport will soon offer international arrivals the option to quarantine if they have a negative COVID-19 result. This is after 7 months of industry calling for action, both WestJet and Air Canada setting up pilot programs at Vancouver and Toronto international airports, as well as robust testing all around the world in other nations. Canadians needed this months ago. Why did it take this government so long to act?
Good question. The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for the question. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to enforce border measures, including a mandatory 14-day quarantine or isolation period for travelers entering Canada. Any changes to public health measures, especially testing and quarantine requirements, must be supported by strong scientific evidence. There is a study with Alberta to determine the feasibility of using a rigorous testing and monitoring program as a strategy to reduce the mandatory quarantine period, while at the same time keeping Canadians safe.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins-Lévis. 5 years ago, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals promised to repaint the Quebec City Bridge. Since then, rust has been eating away at our heritage jewel. If they kept their promises, the paint would have been dry a long time ago, but in order to save time, they appointed a negotiator, and the report's been hidden away for over 6 months. What are the Liberals waiting for to make the Charest report public and implement its recommendations? Action's a must before there's more rust. Mr. Speaker, 5 years ago, Canadians chose a government that would be there for all Canadians and that would also fix the Quebec City Bridge to resolve the issue. The Charest report has been produced. We have looked at it, and this will be resolved by the Government of Canada.
For Red Deer, Lacombe.
Mr. Speaker, in the last 5 years, Liberal policies have been an assault on Alberta and the West. They've made resource extraction more difficult, less profitable, and highly uncertain. They've outright cancelled already approved projects that would have provided much-needed market diversification and access. They've done nothing for our farmers and producers at a time of tremendous need and difficulty. They've attacked our plastic manufacturers and are even getting in the way of Alberta becoming a plastic recycling hub. Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the Prime Minister just show the West what he truly thinks of us, just like his father did?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary or Minister.
Speaker, and as a member knows, there are right now 5,600 workers building the TMX pipeline as we speak because of the time that we took and did the hard work necessary to meaningfully consult Indigenous partners. Now there will be thousands of more workers going to work because we approve NGTL 2021. This House knows very well that skipping steps and rushing through projects do not get them done. Taking the time and doing the hard work to meet our duty to consult does get them done. We work with partners. We want to be sure that good projects are able to move forward and create good jobs for the people of Alberta and Western Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Mr. Speaker, Jordan is a student in Saskatoon, and he believed in the Prime Minister's call to volunteerism. He applied for the Canada Student Service Grant within a day of it being announced. He was matched with a program advisor, and he happily volunteered his time in Saskatoon to better the community. Jordan had no idea that this was just a sham to launder millions of taxpayer dollars to the Kielburger brothers. The Prime Minister's friends keep getting richer, but Jordan gets nothing. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister apologize to Jordan?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Public Service worked to find the best possible delivery of this program to get student grants for their volunteer hours. The Public Service worked with the WE organization to develop this agreement. And this work was done and negotiated at the officials level. Mr. Speaker, I worked with students in my riding as well, and we need to continue to support our students and young people across the country, and I appreciate the mention from my colleague opposite.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberals gave $237 million to a friend, former Liberal MP Frank Baylis, to manufacture medical ventilators at twice the market price. They did this without going to tender and through an empty shell company that didn't exist 7 days prior and doesn't build ventilators. Now, I'm really trying hard to be in good faith, Mr. Speaker. Being a Liberal doesn't stop anyone from offering their services. And the urgency of the pandemic may explain the absence of a call for tenders. It's expensive, but it's local. But nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, why did they give a contract for ventilators to an empty shell company that doesn't build them? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Public Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take you back to March. Canada was concerned that there would be a shortage of ventilators. We put out a call to the private sector in Canada. We reached agreements with 4 manufacturers that dropped everything in order to help Canada to rise to the challenge with respect to domestic supply. That's what we did, and that's what Canada will continue to do. We're going to protect our fellow citizens with the innovative ideas of Canadians. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Well, that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are being confused with Liberal friends. We may be in good faith. I really tried hard, but all we see are irregularities, and Liberals taking advantage of them. Today, 237 is going to a friend through an empty shell company. Yesterday, it was Friends of We Charity who were entrusted with $900 million through an empty shell as well. I almost want to add tomorrow, but it's not written here in my question. Remember, when cannabis was legalized, no fewer than 5 former Liberal ministers were standing with their hands out waiting for contracts. Why is it that everywhere you look, all you see are Liberals getting rich? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about getting mixed up. I don't mix Quebec up with the Bloc Québécois. I focus here on this side of the House on the work that Canada is doing to rise to the challenge for domestic supply. When it comes to PPE, other equipment, that's what we're doing. Canadians are demanding that we be there to provide the resources required, and that's what the Government of Canada has done and will continue to do.
Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, these Liberals have greater consideration for violent criminals than victims. Victims' rights matter. This Liberal government is allowing violent criminals to have in-person visitors, but will not allow victims and their families to give their victim impact statements in person or even by video conference during the parole board process. If the Prime Minister believes it's safe for violent criminals to have in-person visits, why is his government refusing victims the right to give their victim impact statements in front of their tormentor? Why the double standard?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite from Oshawa for a really important question, and I share his concern and our commitment to ensure that the rights of victims are respected and their voices can be heard. And during this unprecedented situation of COVID, we enhanced the protocols in order to allow victims to participate at parole hearings via telephone, but we heard from victims and the victims' ombudsman that was not good enough, so we have taken the necessary testing to ensure that a secure video conference system is in place. I'm pleased to advise the member opposite we're launching video conferencing for victims for parole hearings in Ontario and Quebec on November 9th, and for the rest of the country on November the 23rd. Thank you.
The honourable member for Chatham-Kent Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, no one bid on the Ministry of Public Safety's first attempt for an invitation for a contract to design ways to pay off confiscation victims, referring to forced seizures as potential buybacks of firearms. The deadline to apply for a second attempt to criminalize and confiscate is November the 3rd. This new call for bids does not include a budget. Is the minister contemplating the operation of this program in the same manner that the rest of the country is being governed, with no budget?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me tell you how proud our government is to have taken the necessary steps to ensure public safety by prohibiting a significant number of weapons that frankly have no place in a civil society. And that overwhelmingly is agreed to by the vast majority of Canadians and in most other sensible countries who've taken similar steps. Mr. Speaker, we are also examining through the public service the means by which we can most effectively and fairly deal with those individuals who currently possess those weapons now that they are prohibited. We'll do the work necessary, Mr. Speaker, to ensure the Canadians' interests, all Canadians' interests, are addressed properly.
Well, member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Mr. Speaker, I recently met the Reeve and CAO of Stone Mills, a beautiful community in my riding. Like many municipalities, they have been inundated by the presence of organized crime groups who are running illegal cannabis operations worth many millions of dollars. Municipalities like Stone Mills are on the hook for tens of thousands of dollars of cleanup costs after police raids. All agree the framework pertaining to legalization is broken. Will the minister commit to hearing the concerns of these municipalities and addressing them during the upcoming review of the Cannabis Act?
Well, Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we did and continue to do, we're quite happy and we seek to meet with municipalities to hear local concerns. But I would point out to the member opposite, as a direct result of the new regulatory framework that we have put in for cannabis production, consumption, and retail in this country, has taken over half of the profit away from organized crime, literally billions of dollars of money not going into the hands of organized crime. And we still rely very much on the excellent work done by our police services to ensure that those who operate outside the law are dealt with according to the law, because that activity remains a criminal offence in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Charlemagne. Mr. Speaker, the annual Poppy campaign allows the Royal Canadian Legion to raise vital funds to support our veterans across the country. This is the case for branches 94 and 159 in my riding of Longueuil-Charlemagne. This year's campaign will start next Friday in a very different context due to the pandemic. Can the Minister tell us about actions taken by the government to help the Legion continue this important work?
The
Honourable Minister.
Parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Encore. La ministre.
The Honourable Minister.
Juste quelques questions. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire du ministre pour le...
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much. And we know that our veterans have served our country, and we know that legions across this country do tremendous work. And we will always support our legions. We will always support our veterans, especially at this time when we remember the sacrifice and the service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, last week, in what has been characterized as a black day in human rights, egregious human rights abusers, including Communist China, Communist Cuba, and Russia, were elected to the so-called UN Human Rights Council. Maduro's Venezuela was elected last year. With more than 60% of the council comprised of dictatorships and human rights abusers, does this government continue to have confidence in the so-called UN Human Rights Council?
The Honourable Minister or Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. As he knows, Mr. Speaker, Canada is one of the foremost supporters of human rights around the world. The protection and promotion of human rights, it's a core priority of our foreign policy, and it will continue to be, whether it's about Belarus, whether it's about Xinjiang, whether it's about Hong Kong, whether it's about the right of religious minority. Canada will always stand up and speak up around the world. And obviously, we will continue to work with the UN bodies, but making sure that human rights is always the first and foremost agenda item when it comes to defending the rights of people around the world. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, in May, I called on this government to limit the amount that tax credit promoters could take from people's CERB payments. This House unanimously passed my private member's bill to limit the amount that tax credit promoters could charge. But it's been 5 years and they still haven't set the regulations. And now these same companies are preying on the confusion created by the CERB transition. When will this government stop taking the side of these tax credit predators who charge up to 30% on people's CERB payments?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for that question. These are difficult times for Canadians, and our government will do what it takes to support them. Throughout the fight against COVID-19 pandemic, helping people with disabilities maintain their health, safety, and dignity has remained a priority for our government. DTC delivery services were seen as essential from the onset of the crisis so that Canadians who need them can receive the financial support they need. The agency continues to actively work to improve the services it provides to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not just Alberta that's suffering under this government's anti-resource ideology. The Natural Resource Minister's province of Newfoundland is seeing the $2 billion West White Rose project thrown into jeopardy. One Newfoundlander from Marystown echoed the feelings of energy workers across this country and said, "It puts food on our table, roofs overhead, clothes on our backs, and gas in the car." When will this government show real support for this pivotal sector of our economy all across Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we have been working with the sector since day one, and I want to congratulate the Minister of Natural Resources for his hard work in his province of Newfoundland and Labrador, and funding $320 million to make sure to support that sector and the struggles that they're going to. But obviously the minister, or the member, forgets certainly the supports for TMX. There's right now 5,600 jobs in Alberta and BC. We've just approved NGTL, was going to be as well another thousands of jobs in that area. We've approved Line 3. We support Keystone. We've actually funded as well $1.7 billion for the orphan and gas wells. We have been there for the people in the resource sector. We will continue to be there and support that.
The Honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the economy has begun to recover from COVID-19, we have seen that women are not returning to the workforce at the same rate as their male colleagues. One major reason is childcare. Without access to safe and affordable childcare, it won't be possible for both parents to choose to return to work. And most often, it is the woman that will stay home. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development tell us how the government is going to address this and finally make Canada-wide early learning and childcare system a reality? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for Scarborough Centre for her advocacy on behalf of working mothers and families who are looking for high quality and affordable childcare. And our government understood that this was a significant challenge as far back as 2015 with the $7.5 billion investment to set the stage for an early learning childcare strategy right across the country. This year, we've invested a further $600 million to top up to $1 billion the investment in early learning and childcare, the largest single investment in childcare by any federal government in the history of this country. But we know there's more to do, and that's why the throne speech projects a new early learning childcare strategy with new funding later this year. We are committed to making sure women and families get back to work safely and their children are cared for.
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When asked about the grossly inadequate RCMP response to the violence against Mi'kmaq fishers in Nova Scotia, despite ample warning, the Commissioner said they are, quote, managing the issue. Most people watching what's happening would agree with Senator Murray Sinclair, who said that answer, quote, flies in the face of the evidence. The Prime Minister has defended the Commissioner. The Minister for Indigenous Services has been less than supportive. But, Mr. Speaker, what does the Minister in charge think? Is it time to look for a new Commissioner, or does he think she is managing the issue?
Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to recognize that the police have a very difficult job to do right across this country, in communities across the country, to uphold the law, to maintain the peace, to prevent crime, and to serve and protect the people of this country. And down in Nova Scotia, they are in a very difficult situation, and we've taken the steps necessary to ensure that they have the resources that they need to maintain the peace and uphold the law. They've conducted investigations. They've laid charges where appropriate. Mr. Speaker, they've got a difficult job to do. We're making sure they have the resources to do it.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, we failed an entire generation of Canadians. It has been said time and time again that the pandemic has exposed the negligence that prevails in long-term care homes in each and every province and territory. Half of Canadian deaths from COVID-19 stemmed from cases in long-term care homes, and we are talking about lives, well-being, and safety of Canadians who raised us and helped build the country we love. A report issued by the New Brunswick Nurses Union revealed that the province requires only 2.89 hours of care time daily, significantly below the 4.1 hours best practice standard. It is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister is not if quality of care norms will be harmonized and standardized across the country, but when.
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank the honourable member for the question. And I want to thank her as well for her advocacy on this. I have seen from the start of the time that she was elected that she's been very, very serious about this issue, and I appreciate that. And I share her concern about the outbreaks of COVID-19 in long-term care facilities. And as I've said earlier, we'll continue to work with our provincial counterparts closely. The released guidance for facilities on how they can protect their residents from COVID-19 are out there. Also, our government has invested heavily through the Safe Restart Agreement, $740 million for measures to control and prevent infections. Going forward, Mr. Speaker, we will work with the provinces and territories to continue setting new national standards for long-term care.
And that will conclude oral questions for today. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Order. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I apologize for that. I only picked up the honourable member. It's the honourable member for Longueuil, Charlemagne, on a point of order. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During question period, the member from Red Deer Lacombe used inappropriate, disrespectful hand gestures at the end of his question, counter to Standing Order 18, and I'd ask him to apologize.
I'm not too sure if the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe is still online, but I would maybe ask him if he wishes to intervene or make comment. The honourable member.
Shameful.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's intervention. It is not uncommon for people to be able to wave or to use their hand gestures in the House of Commons. If there is a particular hand gesture that I have used that has been offensive to someone, then I unreservedly withdraw that gesture.
Thank the honourable member. Thank the honourable member for Longueuil, Charlemagne for raising the point and for the response for the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe. And just a reminder to honourable members, whether you're in the House or online by video conference, the standards of decorum for this chamber apply. And so I'd encourage all honourable members to observe that in each and every instance, especially when they're online. Was there another point of order? I see the honourable member for Saanich, Gulf Island. Is she on the same point of order? The honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, I look to you for guidance, but I think a non-apology apology is not really adequate. If anyone took offense, it is the ultimate defined hand signal offensive gesture. I took offense. I think a lot of us took offense. So if someone took offense withdrawing the gesture, I think that doesn't qualify as an actual apology, but perhaps the Speaker will find it adequate.
I'm going to go back to the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe to see if he has some further comments to add. It is the convention and the tradition of this place that when a member withdraws or expresses regret for something that they have done in the context of debate, that they do so in a categorical way. So I'd ask the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe to see if he has any additional comments on the matter.
As I've said, Mr. Speaker, I unreservedly withdraw the gesture.
I think we'll leave the matter for the time being. I'm going to review the record from today, and we'll get back to the House if necessary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader on the same point of order.
On this same point of order, same matter at hand, Mr. Speaker, there were a number of individuals that were actually quite offended by the gesture that was made. So we do appreciate the fact that the Speaker will review and then return back to the House with some further comment.
Yeah, I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his additional comments. And indeed, this is a matter that is clearly one that is in need of review. That will be done, and we'll get back to the House as necessary. tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honor to table in both official languages the treaties entitled, firstly, Headquarters Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Commission for Environmental Cooperation, done at Gatineau and Ottawa on October 5th, 2020. It is known as the 2020 HQ Agreement. Secondly, I would like to also table in both official languages the Headquarters Agreement between the Government of Canada and the Northwest Atlantic Fisheries Organization, done at Ottawa and Miquelon on June 5th, 2019 and June 13, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de documents. Introduction of government bills. Oh, I'm sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on a second point. Did I miss the second report?
No, it's just that there is someone appearing on the screen without a shirt on, and I think that probably is not within parliamentary decorum as well. I just think that is an awkwardness that we may need to be mindful of.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. It's not perhaps it's probably fortunate that we don't have the full screen of the various members that are participating on the call. There have been instances where members have inadvertently left their camera on when they don't intend to do so. But we'll certainly see if our team at the distribution, the broadcast Centre can advise the member accordingly to get their camera turned off. I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. We're going to, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary again.
I was just saying that missing one's tie seems to be offensive, but the whole shirt was missing.
Yes, I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his additional comments, and as I say, we'll try to get that sorted out and ask for some patience on the part of honourable members when we're operating in this hybrid type format. It is a little awkward moving back and forth between those that are contributing by video conference and those here present. So I appreciate the patience of honourable members. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de report du comité. Introduction of private members' bills. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, appuyé par Madame Normando.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval, seconded by Ms. Normandin, asked for leave to table Number 13, an act to amend the Canada Transportation Act. This is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleague for her support to table this bill, which is very important. It's ultimately what has come from several months of work with various MPs, including Conservatives. It is important to table this bill to ensure that everyday Canadians and Quebecers who have paid for air transit and who have a right to a refund, well, the Minister of Transport doesn't seem to be able to say unambiguously that they have a right to get that money back. So this bill is to address the situation by reiterating the fact that passengers have a right to get a refund. And I hope that I will get support from as many members in this House as possible, and I am confident that we will get substantial support for this bill.
Je m'excuse complètement.
I'm so sorry for how I pronounced my honourable colleague for Saint-Jean, but Mr. Barcelou-Duval, seconded by Ms. Normandin, moves that this bill now be read a first time, and this motion is deemed adopted. When will this bill be read a second time? at the next sitting of the House.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate bills. Première lecture, le projet de loi intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Premièrement, par conférence virtuelle, the honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise today to table e-petition 2675 that was sponsored by Sonia Wood, signed by 1,185 signatories. They're citing that the Windsor Causeway in Nova Scotia was constructed across the Avon River in 1968 with gates to manage water levels, but without proper fish passage, and to this day impedes migrations of fishes, including the at-risk inner bay of Fundy, wild Atlantic salmon, and American eel. The gates have been occasionally open for the past 50 plus years to control mainly water levels for Lake Pesquid, and more recently to facilitate improved fish passage during periods of high water levels. And the first salmon in 50 years was caught last summer beyond the causeway. But the gates haven't ever been open to facilitate the annual runs of wild Atlantic salmon during the summer, which is really important. And they want DFO to change this. They're calling on the minister to ensure that the gates of the Windsor Causeway are kept open for an extended period of time during every incoming and outgoing tide to allow a more natural method of fish passage during these seasonal migrations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Presentation de pétition. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have 3 petitions to present. 2 are set specifically for gasoline prices, calling for an accountability with pricing of gasoline. This chamber actually passed a legislative process for that, and it was actually never implemented in a gas price monitoring agency, something that the U.S. actually does and records, and they're asking for a similar type of work. Another petition, Mr. Speaker, is with regards to the auto industry, and it's to actually call for a national auto strategy. We have been losing our significant market share of the auto sector. Despite there actually has been 2 good announcements recently because of Unifor negotiations with regards to plants in southern Ontario, we still are losing our percentage across the world, and calling for national auto policy. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, is a petition to protect the Ojibwe shores. This is the last shoreline piece of property that is actually in the hands of the Port Authority. We want that transferred to the Ministry of Environment to protect over 100 endangered species. It's a hot spot for the environment, and this last woodlot on the Detroit River is precious for our National Urban Park. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Presentation de pétition. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Are there any objections to that? Accordingly, agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Second reading of Bill C-5, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code, National Day for Truth and Reconciliation.
When the House last took up the question, the honourable member for Cariboo Prince George had 3 minutes remaining for questions and comments. So we will go to that now. Questions and comments. And I think we left off at the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I wanted to start off my comments basically giving thanks. And I want to give thanks to Indigenous Canadians for giving us the opportunity in this imperfect parliament, in this imperfect country, to work towards reconciliation. I also want to give thanks to my colleagues because this debate has been very nonpartisan, and I think there's a willingness to move forward. And particularly, I want to give thanks to my colleague from Cariboo, Prince George. And I don't know if people watching now saw his speech, but he had a whole pile of notes, and I don't think he hardly looked at them at all. He gave us a speech that came from the heart, and I think everyone who heard what he had to say is going to be affected by it. And he mentioned this instance of living next door to a house of horrors. And sadly, Mr. Speaker, I think so many Canadians are in that situation that they don't understand the whole situation with Indigenous Canadians. I know my colleague has sat down with too many families, too many victims, too many people who have been affected negatively. But we've heard over and over that this day cannot be a day that's just a holiday. I personally will go on the record, I don't think it should be a holiday for federal employees. I think they should be working those days to help Indigenous Canadians. I was wondering if my colleague could comment on what we could do to improve this bill so that we have that day to be celebrated, to be educated, and not lost just being another holiday.
Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, I want to thank my honourable colleagues for his comments. You know, when I opened my speech and with the analogy as imagine living beside a house of horrors or a home, knowing the family that came through there, knowing the children that came through there, only to find out later on in life the horrors that took place in there. It chokes me up when I speak of it. Yeah, my staff had compiled, as they do, a number of documents for me to refer to it. But you know, I've spent a considerable amount of time, not just during my elected career, but throughout my lifetime. My friends, my family are from this area that went through this program, that live today with those same scars. And my fear is this, is that, and I said it in my speech, is that making this a national holiday for federal employees or public sector employees, that my fear is that the meaning and the importance of this day will be lost. And I said it a number of times, it'll just be another day for people to load up their RV and go on a holiday. Mr. Speaker, it's so important that we build in a national education strategy within this bill. That's just one amendment that I would like to see, but it's so important. It's critical to the success of this. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask for unanimous consent of the House to share my time with my colleague from Abitibi Bay, James Nunavut EU. I thought it was just me who had such a long-riding name, but my colleague does as well. Does the House have the unanimous consent for her to share her time? That's fine. There is no objection to that proposal. Fine. Please go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1973-1974, when she was just 6 and she was going for the very first time to the St. Joseph Mission Residential School, young Phyllis was wearing a beautiful orange shirt that her grandmother had just purchased for her. Remember in childhood when you were just 5 or 6 years old and your grandmother gave you a gift and how great that was, how amazing? Once she got to the residential school, those in charge took her clothes away from her, including the orange shirt, and she never got it back. We have the ultimate duty to ensure that we provide reparations. There are thousands of stories like that of young Phyllis, thousands of children like young Phyllis who saw the light, peace, and love around them, the great and noble values of their own nation that already defined them, all this life with their families, which suddenly was taken away from them. And that's where it hurts very, very badly, because when everything that we find comforting and everything that defines us is taken away from us, the suffering of these victims and their families was so great. And so great will be the void if we don't manage to restore the memory of these Indigenous people. Often, we have to look to our ancestors and what they teach us. From my grandfather, I remember a phrase that he always used, and that, believe it or not, it directly ties to Bill C-5. On this Friday, where we seem to have unanimity, I would like to tell you the origins of this sentence that my grandfather always used to say. He had his habits. He would always spend his afternoons after he retired from being a seaman and a farmer, and he would sit in his rocking chair on the veranda of his house, and he would watch people go by. And every day his best friend would come. And it's no joke, but he was called Canada. So grandfather would always tell these legendary and dangerous stories about how he would take a little canoe, his riding a horse who bit him. And he had always had lots of memories. And the tourist who would pass by would really enjoy it. Wow, hello, your stories are so great. We need to hear more stories like that. Can we record you? People would gather around the porch, and sometimes there was even a traffic jam in the street. And one day, a man with dark hair and eyes came by, and he listened to him for a long time. And he was very interested in the way that he spoke. It was very typical of people who lived in that area. And this Indigenous man said to him, "Your memory is a treasure to build the future towards peace, so take care of it." My grandfather repeated this sentence all the following days until he died. He wasn't ill, and he liked to say that he would die from the joy of living. And this sentence that his Indigenous friend gave him was his last words. Memory is a treasure to build a future full of peace. And today, we're talking about memory, a work of memory, and it relates to the heavy burden of our past. It's our most precious tool to moving forward towards this reconciliation that we've often talked about, but that hasn't been applied enough. 3,200 children died in the residential schools. They had been abused in every way possible, their body, their minds, their spirit. And what about the families and parents whose children were ripped away from them? What about all these wounds from yesterday and today? These wounds are real, horrible, and terribly sad. There are thousands and thousands of reasons that live in memory, and it's up to us to improve our present. Bill C-5 is a gesture. It's a modest gesture if we compare it to everything that we need to recognize, acknowledge, ensure reconciliation for and repair. But it is a concrete gesture. We have to hope that many more such gestures will follow. The idea is to vote on approving a National Day of Reconciliation. There are arguments for and against and the costs of the bill. But if we could set a price on what it cost the over 150,000 children and their families who were devastated and deprived of the very nature of their existence, what amount would that be? I turn to all the parents of children here today. How much are your children's lives worth? How much for their life? How much for their mental and physical health, their laughter, their joy, their hearts? Tell me how much it's worth. Do it. Calculate it and tell me how much this act will cost us, and we'll compare the two. Let's come back to business here. And I would quote here the report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. The federal government's conciliation policy sought to break the memory chain that tied the hearts and minds of Indigenous children to their families, their communities, and their nations. Survivors shared their memories with Canada and the entire world so that the truth can no longer be denied. They also communicated their memories to ensure that other Canadians can learn from the difficult lessons of the past. They want Canadians and Quebecers to know, to remember, to pay attention and change so that we know and remember that we take care to put in place something that will lead to lasting and sustainable change. We have to have this National Day. The Bloc Québécois has on many occasions committed to being an ally of the First Nations, and that is why it will be voting in favor of the principle of this bill, because it is part of the process of reconciliation with the Indigenous peoples. It responds to the recommendations set out by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. It will allow us to commemorate the memory of the tragedies experienced by the victims of residential schools and ensure ongoing dialogue on national history. During its work, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in Canada refined its definition of reconciliation, and this is an important sign of progress and will to act. These principles can guide us towards reconciliation and are supported by 4 pillars: the right to knowledge, the right to justice, the right to reparations, and the guarantee that this will never happen again. It's the ultimate goal of this process. This day should be a lever for the 364 other days where it's our responsibility to look at the significance of our actions. It is our obligation to take part with honesty and rigor in promoting and improving the quality of lives of our nations and to live together as respective nations. It's called taking care, Mr. Speaker. Taking care is important. In conclusion, I would like you to use the notes icon and write down, memory is a treasure to build the peace for the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's always encouraging when we see on the floor of the House recognition in terms of just how important truth and reconciliation really is to our nation. And it goes beyond the chamber. In fact, we want in all forms of society to recognize it. And one of the ways we do that is by acknowledging the calls for action. And we have seen a number of areas where the government has responded to the calls for action, and we appreciate very much so when we have that unanimous type of support for legislation. And my understanding is the Bloc will be supporting the legislation. And just to provide the member the opportunity to provide further comment on her comments.
The Honourable Member.
Merci à mon collègue. I thank my colleague for his comments as to our will to promote this debate in the House, but also to go beyond the exercise of what we're doing here in the House. It is clear that we're not voting on a national day in order to get another statutory holiday and nothing else. I think each of us has an important role to play in our ridings in order to promote the education, the teaching, the awareness, and reconciliation in our ridings. And I thank my colleague for having given me the opportunity to speak to this, because it's extremely important that what we're doing here, this gesture, can be the beginning, the start of concrete gestures that we will all make, each individually, personally, and move forward the will of others in our respective societies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her very colorful speech. I'd like to hear a little bit more about the individual stories like her grandfather. These are wonderful stories that allow us on a small scale to ensure reconciliation. I think it's important to create a day such as this one so that we can share more of these stories that are really building blocks for reconciliation. The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her comments. As the critic for culture, I am really aware of the impact that this can have in our ridings. And I'm talking here about culture. I think it's important, in fact, to ensure that we share our culture, to ensure that we can all have and share this creativity. Reconciliation can be sad at times, full of emotion, but it can be transformed into something positive and great. And even something that is positive, because if we can reconcile, it will be something that will be very good. I think the process is slow in the bloc. We recognize that it is slow and we would like it to be faster. The bill is limited, but we recognize that this bill is going to do something important, and we are indeed in favor of this important step. We have the time for a very brief question or comment.
For Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the colleague for the questions and the comments section has been really good. And lastly, her comment with regards to the process. It's just one part of an overall process, but the next part is to get it to the Senate. Through this chamber, and last time it failed there, and so it's always just words here until it becomes actual law. So I wonder what our thoughts are with regards to getting this to the next stage and getting it through the Senate to actually come to fruition, because until that time it's just words and theory. It's not the really date that we want for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Ile d'Orléans, Charlevoix. I want to thank my colleague for that relevant and appropriate question. Clearly, the steps that we are taking here must get the approval of the Senate. I dare hope that this time it will work and the Senate will also take action as quickly and with as much goodwill and unanimity as we're doing here in the House. I hope that with all my heart, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay James Nunavik EU. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September 29th, the Minister of Canadian Heritage introduced Bill C-5, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code and National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. The purpose of the bill is to respond to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's call to action 80 by establishing National Truth and Reconciliation Day as a statutory holiday to honour First Nations, Inuit and Métis survivors, their families and communities, and to ensure that the commemoration of their history and the legacy of residential schools remains an essential part of the reconciliation process. The bill, if passed, would establish a National Day of Truth and Reconciliation to be held annually on September 30th as a statutory holiday. The Bloc Québécois has repeatedly pledged to be an ally of the First Nations. That's why it will vote in favor of the principle of this bill, because it is part of the process of reconciliation with Aboriginal peoples. It responds to the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and it will help us to remember the memory of the tragedy experienced by the victims of residential schools, and it will ensure a lasting dialogue on the national history among the population. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, residential schools are a disgrace in Canadian history. Between 1874 and 1996, there were 130 residential schools in Canada. More than 150,000 Indigenous youth attended these schools. Living school conditions in these schools were difficult. It was a direct cause of illness and death, and that was the largely inadequate government funding, resulting in a lack of quality, quantity, and variety of food. Loneliness, lack of contact with parents and family, frustration with not being able to speak one's native language, poor quality of education, hunger, institutionalization, excessive work, strict rules, brutality, and the lack of trustworthy people were aspects that could be found in the majority of the residential schools. Upon their arrival at residential school, the young people were stripped of their personal belongings and traditional clothing. Their hair was cut, their name was changed, and they were given a number. They were given new clothing according to the age group they belonged to, and children were punished if they used their language. These institutions left significant scars and trauma. The majority of residents told stories of loneliness, harsh discipline, physical, sexual, and psychological abuse. The separation from parents and family was their first trauma. The youth were confronted with a new culture, a new language, a new disciplinary regime imposed on them by white people. The confiscation of children from their communities, their uprooting, the destabilization of reserve communities, and the stripping of their culture resulted in profound trauma and social upheaval. Every year, since September 30th, 2013, people are encouraged to wear the color orange to show their support for Indigenous people who attended residential schools. The Orange Shirt Day has become an opportunity to keep the discussion going about all aspects of residential schools that take place every year. The date was chosen because it's a time of year when children were removed from their homes and placed in residential schools, and because it's an opportunity to set the stage for anti-racism and anti-bullying policies for the coming school year. The day is also an opportunity for First Nations, local governments, schools, and communities to come together in a spirit of reconciliation and hope for generations of children to come. Phyllis Webstad founded Orange Shirt Day to raise awareness of the residential school system among Canadians and to honor survivors and their families. This day has its origins in Phyllis's story. On her first day of school in 1973, her new orange T-shirt, a gift from her grandmother, was taken away from her at residential school in British Columbia and never given back to her. This sad story illustrates the assimilative and colonialist intent behind the residential school system. On a more technical level, Mr. Speaker, the bill we are debating today amends 3 acts to make one change: to establish September 30th as National Truth and Reconciliation Day and to make it a statutory holiday. These 3 acts are the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code. Clause 1 of the bill clearly states its purpose in keeping with the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Clause 2 of the bill amends subsection 42A I of the Bills of Exchange Act to add the new National Truth and Reconciliation Day to the list of statutory holidays for the Act. In practical terms, this means that if Bill C is passed, September 30th will no longer be counted in the calculation of the 3 days provided for in the Bills of Exchange Act. As a result, a bill of exchange or check that was to be payable on September 30th will now be payable on the next business day. Clause 3 of the bill amends Clause A of subsection 35(1) of the Interpretation Act to include the new National Truth and Reconciliation Day in the definition of holiday. This act provides guidance to the courts in interpreting all federal statutes. As a result, the new holiday would be included in the entire body of federal legislation. Clause 4 of the bill amends Section 166 of the Canada Labour Code, again to include the new day that would be created in the definition of public holiday for Part 3 of the Canada Labour Code. Clause 5 of the bill amends subsection 193(2) of the Canada Labour Code to ensure that employees are entitled to a leave of absence with pay on the working day before or after the new holiday. Clause 6 provides that within 2 months after royal assent is given, the bill will come into force on the day bearing the same date or falling on the last day of the second month. For example, if the bill received royal assent on December 30th, 2020, it would come into force on February 28, 2021, and if it received royal assent on January 1st, 2021, it would come into law on March 1st of that year. As you know, Mr. Speaker, in the riding of Abitibi, Bay James Nunavik, which I represent here in the House, has many of these families who are victims of residential schools. It is important, therefore, to me, that this bill be passed with all due respect for them and in their memory. In the report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, 2 quotes caught my attention. The first is, and I quote, "Survivors have shared their memories with Canada and the world so that the truth will no longer be denied. They have also shared their memories so that other Canadians could learn from the difficult lessons of the past. They want Canadians to know, remember, care, and change." Mr. Speaker, all people in residential schools suffered from being isolated from their families, their parents, their siblings, their culture. The second quote is, and I quote, "The federal government's policy of assimilation sought to break the chain of memory that bound the hearts and minds of Indigenous children to their families, communities, and nations." Imagine when you were young, if you'd been taken away from your family, from your culture, from your people, if you couldn't speak your language and you couldn't dress as you traditionally had. That would affect you for the rest of your life. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, commemoration can take place not only through the establishment of a day of remembrance as proposed in Bill C-5, but also through ceremonies, activities that can create a dialogue on the history of residential schools. However, all of these means should not absolve society of responsibility for the mistakes made in the past. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to highlight something from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, and it has the calls to action. In order to redress the legacy of residential schools and advance the process of Canadian reconciliation, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission makes the following calls to action. And then they made 94 calls. I'd like to go to the 80th call, Mr. Speaker, and ask the member to provide her thoughts in terms of just how important these calls to actions are. And this is what the call number 80 was. We call upon the federal government, in collaboration with Aboriginal peoples, to establish a statutory holiday, a national day for truth and reconciliation, to honor the survivors, their families, and communities, and ensure that public commemoration of the history and legacy of the residential schools remains a vital component of reconciliation process. If she would provide her thoughts on the importance of the calls for action. Thank you, Mr.
La députée d'Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi. The Honourable Member. Please proceed. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Call to Action 80 calls on the government to establish a day in conjunction with Indigenous peoples. As I said, with respect to Indigenous people, we've been holding discussions with them for almost a century without action being taken. So this legislation is extremely important for action to be taken to show the government's goodwill. Questions and comments? Virtually.
Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her comments. I also like to just take a moment and acknowledge the former MP, Georgina Jolie-Bois, for bringing this issue forward. Had it not been her, I don't know if this bill actually would be before us today. So I definitely want to acknowledge her, and I was very pleased at that time to actually second her bill. Now, with respect to the comments that the minister earlier made about the importance of this day, is about education. And so to that end, with respect to education, does the member think that the government should in fact put in initiative and resources in place to support the education of the history of Indigenous peoples in Canada and how we can all collectively take action on the path of reconciliation?
La députée d'Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik.
The Honourable Member. I'd like to thank my colleague for her idea. Education is very important because Indigenous peoples are facing issues, they lack funding, and there's also the transmission of knowledge, education, commemoration, and so the government needs to take action in order to find an effective solution for these Indigenous communities.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député d'Avignon-Lamatis-Mantam-Matapédia.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. We have to avoid falling into a trap for this, that of the day simply becoming another holiday. I like the idea mentioned by our Conservative colleague earlier, who said we have a lot of work to do to promote the day and whatnot and to have some collaboration. So I'd like to know whether my colleague thinks the government should go farther in order to support commemorative activities for September 30th in the future. The Honourable Member for Abitibi, Bay James, Nunavik, EU. I'd like to thank my colleague for her comment. It's important for it not to be just a holiday, as she said, and as other colleagues have also said. It's support for reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. The reconciliation process is of the utmost importance, and this will make it possible to commemorate the experiences of people. These victims will face and continue to grapple with the tragedy that they faced, but it is time for the government to take action and to move forward with this legislation.
The Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud to be here today to speak on Bill C-5, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. I want to take this opportunity to thank the MP who brought this bill forward initially, Georgina Jolie-Bois. I am continuously inspired by her work and by the amazing representation she has for Indigenous communities across Canada. We are here today for many reasons, but this bill is really about the reality that on September 30th, we celebrate Orange Shirt Day, a national day to recognize truth and reconciliation, and taking that day and making it into a statutory holiday, one where all members of Canada are committed to being a part of recognizing this part of our history. The stealing of children from their families, the many deaths of Indigenous children during this terrible, long, dark time, the trauma and the torture that they and their families experienced. I remember an elder, Alberta Billy from my riding, who once said to me, "Imagine, Rachel, what would happen to you and to your community if every child from the age of 4 to 16 were suddenly removed. You didn't know who they were with and who was caring for them." That always hits me hard. I can't imagine any of us thinking about all of our precious children, however we know them, being removed from our communities, and the silence and sadness that would hit all of us as we look around our communities and not see their beautiful faces. This day should be a day where Canadians understand the incredible resilience of Indigenous communities, because they are still here in the face of such adversity. Today, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize my husband, Darren Blaney, who is a survivor of residential school. When he was in residential school, his number was 97. And when I think about a soul, a human being being named by a number and losing so much more of their identity, I am absolutely heartbroken. Many in this House have spoken about the importance of education in this bill. I just want to let people know that as of March the 31st, 2019, this government had only spent $4.5 million over their 4 years on education initiatives around Indigenous history and residential school. This is obviously simply not sufficient and not strategic, but is another piecemeal approach to this complex and dire situation that this country needs to understand more fulsomely. I want this day to be treated in the future with the sacred solemnness it deserves. That means resources so that all Canadians can take the moment and the time to remember these beautiful souls and the reality they are faced with and their communities are faced with, so that they can remember the story of Phyllis Jack, who gave us the beautiful and sad story that is what Orange Shirt Day is about. She was 6 when she went to residential school. Her grandmother bought her a beautiful orange shirt to wear. Who does not have a memory attached to those first days of school? A moment where you felt proud, a piece of clothing that somehow tells you as a child that you are loved, or as a parent, grandparent, aunt, uncle, loved one, buying a special piece of clothing for that first day of school, knowing that in that act you are sending that child into something new and sometimes scary with a little bit of love. In residential school, imagine how much more important this was. Not only were you buying a beautiful piece of clothing for a beloved child, you were also knowing that that child would be leaving their family, that they would leave and not understand how long it would be until they got to see their family again. Imagine being that grandmother and feeling the utter hopelessness and fear of being forced to send your beloved grandchild to residential school, knowing all you can do is buy a shirt to somehow comfort that small body who will be soon longing for you, longing for their family, longing for their home. All too often in the history of Canada and today in Canada, Indigenous people, communities, and children are dehumanized. Today, there are still just too many children being taken from their homes into care through apprehension. These numbers are even higher than the children that were taken from the families in residential school. This is something that we all must be accountable for as Canadians. We must all understand that we have an obligation. And every time that this government does not fulfill the compliance orders that are asked of it, it shows again that the dehumanization of Indigenous children is continuing, and it is not okay, and we must always speak against it, and not just in platitudes, but in action and in resources, so that those communities can begin to rebuild in a more profound and sustainable way. We know that there are still too many suicides in Indigenous communities across Canada. One chief in my riding told me not too long ago, I am working so hard to build up an economic base of strength for my community so that we can have a future that is positive and something hopeful for our young people. But when I have young people hanging themselves in our community, it is so hard to continue to push and to build. These are the everyday lived experiences of Indigenous communities across this country. We cannot pretend that it is not directly linked to colonialism and to the residential school history that this country holds and still does not disclose in a more profound way, so that we can all carry this burden, not just Indigenous communities. We continue to work in our communities, Indigenous communities across Canada, who, because of generations of residential school, and I think that's important to recognize, this is generations and generations of residential school, generations and generations of communities that were suddenly empty of every child between the age of 4 to 16. What does that do to a people, to a community? And how do you rebuild after generations and generations? You only rebuild by resiliency, which Indigenous communities have displayed again and again, but you also need the resources to be able to do that. Parents are still learning how to parent. Traditions are still coming back to our communities, and those communities need to be supported to allow parents the time to learn how to parent, to build those capacities. A lot of communities across my riding have been asking for supports. They want to see things get better in their communities. They see those beautiful pearls of resilience and growth and strength, but they need the resources to invest in them. When I hear people say again and again, sadly, that it is over, that those days are over. The history is over. Indigenous people need to get over it. I am both devastated and angry. It is not over. We are seeing that today in the situations happening in Indigenous communities across this country. We're seeing that today with the RCMP not responding appropriately when they should because they don't know how to do it. We need to do better than that, and Canada needs to do better than that. The impacts of residential school and colonialism are not over. They are resounding through this country every single day. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission report stated, reconciliation is not an Aboriginal problem. It is a Canadian one. Virtually all aspects of Canadian society may need to be reconsidered. This bill is a small step, but it is a step in moving towards all of Canadian society reconsidering, reviewing, looking at things differently. You know, one of the things that I know to be true is impact and intent can totally be separated. And when we look at systemic racism and we look at racism, some people know an intent that they may have, but they don't understand the impact. And we must be responsible for our impact, not only our intention. So today, as we go through the reality, we know that systemic racism continues to be a huge issue, and all Canadians have to be responsible for addressing it. And I want to talk a little bit about systemic racism because I've had people say to me, I don't understand what systemic racism means. Well, we're seeing it right now in the Mi'kmaq communities. The reality is no one should be surprised that this has been the outcome. No one. The fact that the federal government did not take leadership, did not create a plan, did not create space for this disconnect, they created a space for this discontent and violence and for it to continue to grow. Reconciliation is a Canadian problem and one that has a long history. And so we need a government that will actually pay attention and create a plan so that we don't get to these places where people are incredibly unsafe, where the disruption in the community is profound and the wounds will take a long time to heal. It is unfair that the federal government does not take leadership and allows small Indigenous communities have to face these challenges with little or no resources to address them. That is systemic racism. Not having a plan is systemic racism. You know, systemic racism can also look like things, and this brings me back to the intention and the impact. You know, my son, when he was in grade 5, went to school one day. And when he was in class, they brought him to the library and they sat the classroom down and they showed a picture of a class of children at residential school. And the librarian asked them all, "What do you see in this picture?" And the children, the Indigenous children, their hair all severely cut, looked very sad. They were all wearing uniforms. And a lot of the children had things to say like maybe they didn't get their hot lunch, or maybe they were planning to go on a trip, but they didn't get to, and that's why they're so sad. And my son talked about sitting in that room, listening to a lot of non-Indigenous young people give their ideas, and his pain and his frustration as he looked at that picture, because he knew immediately what that was. And as he listened to the other children not know what it was, it made him realize how alone he was, how so few people understand the history of this country, and how much pressure he felt to have to educate and disclose the reality. And finally, it burst out of him. And he said, maybe it's because they're Indigenous children in residential school, and all they want is to go home to their parents. You know, I don't think that this teacher had any bad intention. I believe her complete intention was to educate and to show the kids in the class the history of Canada, but she didn't think about the impact. And I think this is so important. You know, I've had a lot of young people talk to me, talk to their parents about Orange Shirt Day and how that day actually scares them. It scares them because as Indigenous children, as they learn this history, they become fearful that they may be taken from their families. So the impact can often not be what we intend. And that's why it's so important when we address systemic racism that we begin to ask questions, that we be curious about these issues, and that we stop putting the burden of educating on Indigenous families, children, and communities. You know, years later, when my son moved up to middle school, he was actually able to work with his father on a piece of art for his school to recognize the history of Indigenous residential school. And this piece of art is now still hanging in Southgate School. And what it was a mask, a transformation mask that talked about the intention of residential school to take the Indian out of the child. And on the front of it, there's a white face that opens up and shows an Indigenous face. My son was very proud when they brought that to the school, and that it gave him the ability to talk about the history that was a reality for him every day in his life. It is important, as this bill says, to dedicate a day to recognize the amazing power and resilience of the First People in this land. And I want to make sure that this is really recognized as a part of this day. My granny went to LeJac Residential School in British Columbia for the majority of her childhood. She was a fierce woman who I admired greatly and was slightly terrified of. I never once in my life saw her in a pair of pants. Even in the coldest parts of winter, she was always done up, wearing a dress, her hair and face made up, and often wearing a fabulous hairpiece, which she was known for. She used to tell me frequently, "No complaining, Rachel, we are still here. If you don't like it, work on fixing it." It took me years to understand that she was teaching me the power of Indigenous people across this country. We are still here. That the guilt of non-Indigenous people and what they feel is really not helpful, because in the face of colonial history, initial contact, smallpox, residential school, racism, systemic racism, child apprehension, the constant interference at all levels of government in Indigenous communities and their ability to create economic development, and in the continuous face of all of these challenges, generation after generation, Indigenous people are still here, still fighting, still finding a way to hold on to their traditions and their history. They are still here. When I think of Orange Shirt Day, I think of my granny, who survived tremendous challenges, of my dad and my aunties and uncles who have worked so hard to reclaim our culture and our history and make sure that her grandchildren have had that connection. This bill will help acknowledge for one day the history of this country and the current reality of this history. There is so much work to be done. And I hope that all members in this House and all Canadians understand that we must all be part of working towards that. This is one step. It is not enough, but it is a step. And in all the steps that we take, we continue to move forward. This bill has moved through this House before in the last Parliament, and it died in the Senate. And I certainly hope that that does not happen again. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, there have been conversations between the parties, and I hope, if you seek it, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders this day, or when no members rise to speak, whichever comes first, Bill C-5, an act to amend the Bills of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code National Day for Truth and Reconciliation shall be deemed to have been read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at report stage, and deemed read a third time and passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This being a hybrid sitting of the House, and for the sake of clarity, I will only ask for those who are opposed to express their disagreement. Accordingly, All those opposed to the honourable member for North Island Powell River moving the motion, please say nay. Accordingly, there is no unanimous consent. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it would have been nice, I think, to have seen this bill proceed, as there is a great deal of expectation amongst many different groups, recognizing the importance of the issue. But having said that, you know, I was really quite impressed just with the members sharing those personal stories, and I thank her for doing just that. And one of the things that came across my mind as she was talking about just the severity of the impact on children. I know in the province of Manitoba, there was in excess of 10,000 children that are in foster care. Now, I don't know the actual numbers today, but what's quite striking about it, Mr. Speaker, is that I believe it's over 90% are of Indigenous background. And what it emphasizes to me is that there is so much more that we still need to do. We need governments, Indigenous leaders to come together and do more collectively so that we can try to keep more harmony within that family unit. And I'm wondering if she might be able just to add some thoughts in terms of, from her perspective, what it is that Ottawa could be doing, working with others to try to deal with this very serious issue.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for his question, and I hope that he takes some time to look at the reality of his own government. You know, Bill C-92 came in last Parliament, and one of the things that was fought for by myself as the Vice Chair of Indigenous and Northern Affairs Committee, and by many leaders across, Indigenous leaders across Canada, was the amount of resources that they need to actually get this work done. The reason why Indigenous children are in care today at such high rates is because we have had continuous Conservative and Liberal governments pass the buck to continue to use language like he did in his question to get Indigenous communities to come together and create solutions. They are working hard every day because they don't want to see their children leaving their communities. What they require is the resources. And anytime any government wants to stand up and be accountable for that, I will be happy to work with them, but I still haven't seen it.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. It's left me speechless. I saw her emotion in her speech. And I feel the same way as she does when she says we must never forget. We're talking about a day of remembrance. And I strongly believe that that is essential for communities. I have many friends from the Naskapi and Innu nations, young and old. And I'm aware of the heart-rending cultural genocide that occurred. I'm very moved, but that's just part of having a discussion like this. So, my colleague said that we need action and resources. And I hope everyone will vote in favor of this bill. But in her opinion, what would be the next rapid, urgent actions that can be taken, and what are the resources that are needed?
Is that?
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. For me, the resources that are most urgently needed are resources to support families, to help children stay at home, to address and look at systemic racism in our systems across Canada. You know, when you see such high numbers of Indigenous children being removed, you need to ask more questions and stop laying blame at families that are struggling. You know, all families have to be accountable, but we need the resources there to support those families. And I would also say that moving forward, we need actual resources and planning so that Indigenous communities are not dealing with these huge crises like we are seeing right now across our country. They need to have those supports beforehand so that they're not left cleaning up significant messes.
Questions and comments, and by video conference, the honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I wish to sincerely congratulate the member from North Island Powell River on that incredible speech. There shouldn't be a dry eye in the House. That was amazing, and I just wish to send her my love and appreciation. She also mentioned the ongoing issue of the fishery dispute in Nova Scotia, and I just would ask what the member believes, just could comment perhaps on this juxtaposition, for this kind of idea of a national holiday and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, and then what we're seeing actually on the ground for protecting the rights of Indigenous peoples and how we continue to fail. So I just would like to hear what she would say about that.
Well, member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much to the member through you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciate her congratulations and her response to this important subject that we're talking about today and the personal stories that I have to share. When I look at what's happening in the Mi'kmaq, I remember a chief saying to me not too long ago, if there's a court decision and the Indigenous people don't win, that is implemented the next day. If there's a court decision made and the Indigenous people do win, it takes 21 years. So for me, I just look at this and think, how long do Indigenous communities have to wait? How long are we going to have governments that say that their rights and title are something that we can negotiate? How long are we going to have decisions that say Indigenous people are allowed to make a moderate living? Like, I hope everybody takes a moment to think about what that actually means. It means you can make a little bit, but not too much, because if you have too much, what independence will you take that we can't fight back? That is a continuous concern. Economic development in communities, Indigenous communities, has been waysided by different levels of government repeatedly, and that is a part of reconciliation that we have to own.
I'm going to try and get two more questions in, and I've got one coming for the honourable member for North Island Powell River's own party. But first, we're going to take the honourable parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I only rise today to express solidarity to the member from North Island Powell River. I watched intently as she expressed her emphatic desire to have this passed, and I also wanted to rise to express disappointment that it won't be as expedient as we had hoped together. I know that I should be forming this in the frame of a question, so I will, and I wanted to go on the record and express solidarity and an interest in supporting her and her community and various other Indigenous communities across Canada in any way possible. My question is, how can I help?
The honourable member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his statement. A little bit of a question there. I think that one of the things that the elders have told me is it's not our job to fix this. So I think you do the work inside yourself, make sure that you're understanding the history and not putting that on Indigenous people to teach you. You are also on the government side, so I hope you're working hard to let them know that they need to fund appropriately the services and supports that are needed for communities. If we want to see strong and resilient Indigenous communities, which they are doing mostly on their own, they need to get the adequate resources to take that next step, and we need to get out of their way.
Just for the benefit of all honourable members, it's perfectly acceptable during this period for questions and comments. Comments on their own are perfectly fine as well. It's absolutely not necessary to pose a question. Comments are quite acceptable. La dernière question. The
final question.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd just like to first thank the member from North Island Powell River for her incredibly moving and thoughtful speech. I can't imagine how difficult it must be for her to time and again to share her own personal experiences and that of her family, to provide lessons for all of us, and to make the point to Canadians how action has to be taken and for us to stop dithering, especially from that of the government side. Now, she raised the issue around Indigenous children, and this is in essence really a commemoration of Indigenous children who were ripped away from their families. And even today in my riding of Vancouver East, we continue to have Indigenous children who have been taken away from their families. And this continues. In fact, this is a modern day colonization. And part of the reason is because they can't access safe, secure, affordable housing. I wonder if the member has any comments with respect to the programs or lack thereof from the government with respect to addressing urban, rural, and northern Indigenous housing.
Well, member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for asking that very important question. I want to thank her for her tremendous work on addressing the very issue of housing and how important it is. You know, I am still waiting for that housing strategy, the Indigenous National Housing Strategy that this government said that they would provide years ago. When I look across this country, when I look at urban communities, and a lot of Indigenous urban communities exist, they need housing desperately. This is a huge gap in the supports and services. It is heartbreaking when children are taken from their families, sometimes incredibly strong families, simply because they do not have adequate housing. And putting in a bill that we're not going to do that is not enough. Children should be kept safe. All children should be recognized, and Indigenous communities, both off and on reserve, need the housing. We have to stop dithering. We have to get to action. How long are Indigenous communities going to have to wait? Should be a question that every government member is asking themselves daily.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honour to rise today to talk about Bill C-5, an act that would amend the Bill of Exchange Act, the Interpretation Act, and the Canada Labour Code to add new statutory holiday, the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Before I begin, I want to begin by acknowledging that I'm speaking to you from the largest Mi'kmaq community in the world, in my home community, which is also the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Today, we're discussing an important step forward on the path of reconciliation and hearing for First Nations, Inuit and Métis people. A step forward in publicly honoring survivors, their families, and communities by implementing calls to action 80 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission to establish a statutory holiday, a national day for truth and reconciliation. But before my time as an MP, I was a professor at Cape Breton University who taught Mi'kmaq history, who taught about the Indian residential schools. And I was also the treaty education lead for Nova Scotia, which meant I would do presentations for schools, for businesses, for industry, for all those who asked, for judges, about the truth and reconciliation in the Indian residential schools. And people would ask me, why was I never taught this before? Why am I just learning this for the first time? You know, the Indian residential schools operated in my home province of Nova Scotia between 1929 and 1967 in Shubenacadie. In my home province, for more than 40 years, children were forcefully removed from their homes. They were forcefully removed from all they ever knew, taken from loving Mi'kmaq families. I want to share with you two startling facts that I always shared in those presentations. The first, coming from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the odds of dying for a soldier in World War II was 1 in 26. The odds of dying for children in the Indian residential school is 1 in 25. Let that sink in. These weren't soldiers with guns and helmets. These were children wearing their Sunday best clothes, Sunday dresses, and they never came home. 1 in 25. That's why we call them survivors. Survivors like my Aunt Eleanor Mitchell. Survivors like my Uncle Fudd Lewis. Survivors like the brave authors from Siboneyagadi, Isabel Knockwood, who, when I was a young student at that same university, read her book and realized the horrible legacy of the residential schools and the horrible treatment of these children. I know when we talk of truth and reconciliation, we speak of the children. However, I want you to think about your children at home. For all of you that are listening, for all of you that are in the house right now, imagine all the joy that children bring into our lives. The birthdays, Christmas. Imagine all of the things that we do with our children that brings utter joy into our lives. Now imagine a community without those children, without that joy. And
I don't want to interrupt the honourable member in the course of his remarks. I just wanted to ask him if perhaps he was wishing to consider whether he's sharing his time or not. The information at our end indicates that might be the case. I just asked him if he could verify if that is, and we'll carry on from there. The honourable member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time with the member of Oakville North Burlington. So getting back to what I was just saying, I'm a father of a 10-year-old Mi'kmaq boy, and I think about all the joy that he brings into my life. Now think about what that would be like as a community to have successive generations of children taken away from those communities. Imagine the apathy that would create. Imagine the heartbreak to see your children removed from your homes. Colleagues, that is why it's important that we reflect on the TRC calls to action and why we need a national day remembering the terrible chapter in Canadian history. That's why we're here, to bring calls to action 80 to life and make September 30th the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. The final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission said, reconciliation must become a way of life. It will take many years to repair damaged trust and relationships. Reconciliation not only requires apologies, reparations, the relearning of Canadian national history and public commemoration, but also needs real social, political, and economic change. Ongoing public education and dialogue are essential to reconciliation. Governments, churches, educational institutions, and Canadians from all walks of life are responsible for taking action on reconciliation in concrete ways. Working collaboratively with Aboriginal peoples, reconciliation begins with each and every one of us. This National Day would honor the survivors of the painful legacy of residential schools, along with their families and communities. It would be a reminder to everyone in Canada to never forget the pain and trauma that the residential schools caused and continue to cause, passed on as intergenerational trauma. It would create an opportunity for Indigenous survivors of residential school and their loved ones to tell their stories. And it would be an opportunity for the rest of us to learn carefully. I firmly believe that the proposed National Day of Truth and Reconciliation will be a way for us to amplify and strengthen the voices of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. It will be a way to ensure that the stories and experiences, the pain, the trauma, and the history of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people are never forgotten. It will be a way to keep these histories alive in our hearts and our minds so that they may inform our action going forward. With this, we may build a brighter future based on a renewed nation-to-nation, government-to-government, and Inuit-to-Crown relationship based on the recognition of rights, respect, and cooperation and partnership. It is important to emphasize that this day should be utilized, like Remembrance Day, as an opportunity to educate all Canadian children across Canada on this vital and tragic part of our history, and that should this legislation become law, I would like to quote Senator Murray Sinclair, who stated, While Indigenous children were being mistreated in residential schools by being told they were heathens, savages, and pagans, and inferior people, that same message was being delivered in the public schools of our country. We need to change that. We need to see real funding and material support be allocated to heritage so that they can provide education materials and the tangible supports to school boards across Canada in telling these stories and this part of our shared history. This is the fundamental importance to schools across the country. I remember in December of 2015, when they talked about the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and it was launched, I remember our Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, telling a story of when he went to school, when it was time to discuss Indigenous history, it was skipped over by the teacher saying that it's not very interesting. That day, our Prime Minister made a vow. Never again will Indigenous history be skipped over, and never again will Indigenous Canadians be told their history is not integral to Canadian history. With the passage of this bill, we help ensure that people will never ask why I was never taught this in our schools. In a closing comment, I always used to talk in my treaty education presentations about the rice experiment by Dr. Emoto. And in one jar of water and rice, they put 2 jars of water and rice. And in one jar, they fed it nothing but positive energy, saying you're great, you're good rice, whatever they tell water and rice in the experiment. And in the other jar, they have water and rice and fed nothing but negativity, saying you're worthless, you'll never amount to anything. After 7 weeks in this experiment, they noticed that the water and rice that was fed negativity began to mold and go bad. Now imagine at 7 weeks what can do to water and rice. Imagine what 7 generations can do to an entire people when they're told that they're worthless, that they're inferior. And that's what the Indigenous people in this country have had to deal with. But failures of one generation can be the opportunities of the next. With this bill, with education, with awareness, this is where we can be in the future. Thank you for your time.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just rise again to express solidarity with my colleague and thank him for teaching me so much about Mi'kmaq culture and for speaking the Mi'kmaq language in the House of Commons for the first time. His interventions and interjections on the committee that we mutually serve, Indigenous and Northern Affairs, have brought so much to the conversation and the debate. And I thank him. Just last week I called him, obviously, to just chat about the situation in Nova Scotia with the Mi'kmaq lobster fishers. And he shared with me a video that I wanted to stand in the House today and go on record by saying it's the first time that I've learned anything at the age of 38 in Canada, anything about the Mi'kmaq treaty system. And I think it's important that all of us in the House take 10 minutes, watch the video, and continue down the path of truth and reconciliation through education in Canada. Thank you to my friend.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
I'd like to thank my colleague for those comments, and absolutely, when I was treaty education lead for Nova Scotia, we put together a treaty education Nova Scotia video on YouTube. And the fundamental point of that video was to create awareness of our treaties and to create awareness that we're all treaty people in this country, but most importantly, that we're all in this together. And I'm reminded of the late Newell Starblanket from Saskatchewan, who shared with me this wisdom about treaty education and said, if you want treaty education to succeed, your message has to be about hope and moving forward together. It can't be about bitterness. It can't be about anger. It can't be about resent. It has to be about moving forward together. He was an Indian residential school survivor, and I thank him for that teaching from the bottom of my heart.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Matan-Matapedia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech, and I believe that this bill is a step in the right direction and towards reconciliation. We must do more. I asked the Minister of Heritage if you agreed that we should endorse and implement the United Nations Declaration on Indigenous Peoples.
And he did agree with me with regard to the question asked by my colleague about the Indian Act that has to be quickly modified. He did not want to venture an answer. I'd like to know if my colleague believes that this legislation is racist and must be immediately amended. Thank you.
Sydney Victoria.
There's no doubt that the Indian Act is racist legislation. There is no doubt that we need to change it. And I really hope that we can do so with UNDRIP being our something that takes that place. My father is one of the initial drafters of the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, and I think it's an amazing document that we should move forward on. But in terms of the Indian Act, one of the ththings that when they were trying to change the Indian Act back in 2005, I remember an elder telling me, the Indian Act is like a rusty sword. We've gotten used to it. It no longer cuts us. We have to be very careful moving forward what we replace the Indian Act with, because to them it will be seen like a sharper sword. And what we have to do is move forward on UNDRIP and not so much look at ancient, archaic acts that this government has passed. We must look to the future, and I think UNDRIP will be that future.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to rise and also echo my deep honor and privilege of working with this honourable member. We've had many conversations around dismantling white supremacy and decolonizing our spaces, including this one right here in the House of Commons. And yet we've heard arguments against the expedited pass of this bill, somehow having economic arguments, people taking a day off. And in his remarks, he referenced the solemn nature of Remembrance Day. And so through you, recognizing the solemn nature in Remembrance Day and the need for our country to recognize the atrocities of war, what would his opinions be on taking this day as a solemn reflection of the atrocities and the colonial genocide of Indigenous peoples across these territories?
For Sydney Victoria.
I'd like to thank my colleague, and truthfully, we've had some great conversations about systemic racism in Canada and how we need to move forward on this. And I think awareness is a big part of that. And I think this day gives us the ability for all schools, all school boards, all businesses within Canada to give an opportunity for them to learn. And I was part of a group that we did the Kairos blanket exercise. And I feel that it's days like this, the September 30th, where not only should people have the chance to remember and reflect, but also to be able to educate themselves on what happened, just as we do when we remember Remembrance Day on November 11th every year. We also remember the soldiers that passed away during that time as well. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by acknowledging that I'm on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. I think we can all agree on the importance of acknowledging the history and legacy of residential schools and their tragic impact on First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. And it's my hope that Bill C-5 will receive the support of all members of the House. The last residential school closed its doors in 1996, just 24 years ago. This is not ancient history. The number of survivors is great, the victims and their families greater. The healing process will take time, and this bill is a step towards righting the wrongs inflicted throughout our colonial past. September is a painful time for many Indigenous peoples. It was the month that their children were taken back to school year after year and forced to leave their loved ones and communities behind. It is appropriate to mark this pain experienced by generations of Indigenous children, parents, families, and communities, a pain that continues to be passed on today in the form of intergenerational trauma, with a solemn day of reflection, remembrance, and action towards reconciliation. It is a day to honor residential school survivors and their families and to learn about their stories. On September the 29th, the Minister of Canadian Heritage announced a response to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's call to action number 80 that seeks to establish as a federal statutory holiday a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. This day will honor survivors, their families, and their communities while ensuring that public commemoration of the history and legacy of residential schools remains a vital component of the reconciliation process. This bill seeks to establish a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation that will be observed on September 30th. As you may know, this is a particularly significant date for Indigenous peoples. It's the date of a grassroots movement called Orange Shirt Day, started by Phyllis Webstat, named for the orange shirt that she and her grandmother chose for her first day of residential school, only to have it stolen away when she arrived. Her orange shirt has become a symbol for the cultures, language, and childhoods that were ripped away from the more than 150,000 students of residential schools. Mr. Speaker, every year on Orange Shirt Day, we encourage Canadians to take time to listen to the stories of survivors, learn about residential schools, and come together to give hope to every child of current and future generations. This day would further spread these stories of pain and hope. This year on September 30th, I walked by a school in my riding during lunch hour, and on the playground I saw a sea of orange. These students had all come to school wearing an orange shirt, but more importantly, were learning the legacy of residential schools. This is something that didn't happen when I was their age, or even when my son was in school. The work of preserving these stories and educating Canadians about the horrors perpetrated at residential schools is extremely difficult and painful. That's why I'd like to praise the work done by the amazing people at the Woodland Cultural Centre in Brantford, Ontario. Opened in 1972, the centre aims to preserve, present, create, and educate people on the history, art, language, and culture of the Haudenosaunee people of the Eastern Woodlands. Established at the site of the Mohawk Institute Residential School, the oldest residential school in Canada, which was operated from 1829 through 1970. It was nicknamed the Mush Hole by its students, as the children were fed only oatmeal 3 times a day, every day. With a museum, art galleries, library, and language center, I encourage anyone able to visit the Woodland Cultural Center for a unique and sobering learning experience to do so. They will be offering a virtual public tour on November the 18th at 7 p.m., and more information can be found at woodlandculturalcentre.ca. Earlier this year, I attended a performance of The Mush Hole at the Burlington Performing Arts Centre. Telling the terrible story about what happened at the Mohawk Institute through dance and theatre, The Mush Hole is based on interviews and writings by residential school survivors. It explores not only what happened at the Mush Hole, but the intergenerational trauma experienced by the survivors and their families. To further preserve the history and spread the history of residential schools, the Portage La Prairie Residential School in Manitoba and the Shubenacadie Residential School in Nova Scotia are being declared as National Historic Sites this year. It's my hope that the Woodland Cultural Centre will also be declared a National Historic Site. The residential school system is a national tragedy, a stain of colonialism upheld by systemic racism. Acknowledge this past and educating Canadians about the experience of Indigenous children in these schools will ensure that this history is never forgotten and never repeated. It is a step toward righting past wrongs. The introduction of Bill C-5 is a step forward in the healing process of the survivors and their families that were harmed under this federally operated system. Once this bill has passed, the residential school system would be designated as an event of national historic significance, helping Canadians understand our history and its consequences. While the government has taken important steps towards reconciliation, much more needs to be done. Canadians' understanding of the painful legacy of residential schools is vital to truth-telling, reconciliation, recognizing past injustices, and informing our future actions with the full knowledge of what has been done to Indigenous peoples across this land. A few years ago, I held a screening of We Were Children in my riding, a documentary telling the story of 2 children who were taken from their homes and placed in residential schools where they suffered years of physical, sexual, and emotional abuse. Afterwards, an 80-year-old former MP said he learned more in that night than he had in his entire life. New Canadians in attendance asked why they had never learned about this when they came to Canada, all of which speaks to the importance of educating Canadians about our colonial past and the impact on generations of Indigenous peoples. In 2012, I had the opportunity to visit Pelican Falls First Nations High School in Sioux Lookout, a former residential school that is now run by the Northern Anishinaabe Education Council. While there, I had the honor to meet Executive Director Norma Kedjic, an incredible woman whose good work was highlighted in the book, Seven Fallen Feathers. Norma gave us a tour, including the surrounding forest where many students died while trying to find their way home when it was a residential school. When I left the school, I broke down in tears. How could a country treat innocent children in such a horrific way? How could we strip them from their families, from the love of their parents and broader community? How could we try to erase their culture and language? It is unimaginable to me that we could treat other humans in this way, and yet we did, and in not that distant past. A National Day for Truth and Reconciliation would give us the opportunity to listen to all Indigenous voices, reflect on past wrongs, and learn from our mistakes and take action to advance meaningful reconciliation. On Orange Shirt Day, every child matters, and every Indigenous child deserves to be cared for and feel the full sense of their worth and to feel hopeful for their future. Every single person in Canada shares the burden and shame of our reality. As Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services, I know how important reconciliation is to our government, but I also know there's much more work to be done. By designated September 30th as the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, it would represent a national acknowledgement of our country's history and a way to honor survivors of residential schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. L'honorable député d'Avignon-Lamatis.
The honourable member for Avignon-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the member for her speech. I work with her at committee. I know that she does a great deal of work in her area. So I'd like to ask her the same question I put to her colleague earlier. We talked about the UN Declaration on Indigenous Peoples and the Indian Act. I wonder if she believes that the Indian Act is a racist piece of legislation and that should be amended immediately.
The Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her question, and I too quite enjoy working with her on the Public Safety Committee, and I want to recognize her commitment to improving the lives of all Canadians. Yes, I do support the passage of UNDRIP. And in terms of the Indian Act, we know that provisions in the Indian Act are racist. And that's why our government is working with Indigenous peoples across the country to ensure that we can move control over their, provide for self-governance and provide the tools that they need to be able to govern themselves as should have been all along. So thank you very much for the question.
Questions and comments. The L'honorable député Rosemont-La-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-La-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks. I appreciated it. It's based on human rights, respect, and while I have the opportunity to speak, I'd like to talk about Colombia and human rights. There is a great deal of violation of human rights, assassinations, etc., and I think we should attract the attention of the government to that very important issue. But my question for the Liberal member is this. We hear a lot of talk about reconciliation. We need to do more. But is she prepared to bring pressure to bear on her government to drop the court action about health services for Indigenous children? That's a very concrete suggestion. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know our government is working diligently to ensure that these court challenges are dealt with in a in a way that serves the people who brought them forward with respect and dignity. I thank the honourable member for his question, and I think we as a government recognize there's still a lot more work to do, and we're not there yet. I think this bill is one step in the journey on the path to reconciliation, but we certainly have much more work to do.
Questions and comments by video conference. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary. In the year 2000, I had the wonderful privilege of conducting a 3-year review of our Indigenous communities in the Northwest Territories and their access to natural resources. And one of the things that became obvious to everyone very quickly was the extent to which the residential school effect, the lingering effects of residential schools on our Indigenous populations were hindering their ability to fully participate in economic opportunities. For example, there was a major debate, which still rages, between impact benefit agreements and, for example, equity participation in major resource projects. I'm wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can share some of her insight on the extent to which we have progress to make, distance to go yet still, in making sure that our Indigenous communities are full participants in these resource-type projects and their development.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his work in previous parliaments on this issue and for his wise words now. And I think he's hit on a very important point that we need to ensure that Indigenous peoples can fully participate in the economy. And certainly that has not been possible in the past for many reasons, some of which are directly because of the Government of Canada. So there are a number of things that our government is doing, one of which is ensuring that the Minister for Procurement is striving to reach a goal of 5% procurement with Indigenous business. We also know, and I know from my conversations with Tabitha Bull from the Canadian Council for Aboriginal Business, that many Indigenous-owned businesses are in fact in the resource sector. So we must ensure that they're able to fully participate in the economy, and I think the Speaker's giving me a time to end signal, so I'll have to end it there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's been an interesting day listening to speeches as I was working on this particular presentation intervention that I would make last night, today. It's really challenging in the sense of my background, my culture, in the sense of trying to respond to this. And it takes me back to on the Heritage Committee when we dealt with this topic. One that my understanding, my knowledge in the sense of how lacking it could be. We depended on those witnesses at that time to inform us, explain, educate us, which was extremely important on this particular issue. Were they all on the same page? No, there was differences of opinion about which day, Indigenous Day, Orange Shirt Day. We heard various of opinions. We heard opinions about more important things that should be done. But it was interesting to listen to as they brought it to us at that committee. So as this bill is now returned to the House, and by the way, I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from Fredericton. The goal of this legislation is extremely important with the reconciliation with Indigenous people, and the national objective it is. The residential schools are a dark chapter in Canadian history. I didn't live it. My family didn't live it. But I have visited Siksika Nation, which is a part of my riding. It's the second largest nation in the country. On that particular nation, there was 2 residential schools run by 2 different Christian faiths. The one school is down and gone. The other school is still there. I visited those places, and I visited them with elders. the one where the school is gone, there is what they believe is the unmarked graveyard with no recognition, but memories of who went there and never came home. To the other one that's still standing, it's now called Old Sun College. The building has been refitted, changed, and providing programs that suit the times that are needed now. But as I walked through that building with an elder, there was parts of that building she would go through and parts she would not. She remembered some horrific things in that building, like the day her sister fell 3 stories from above and landed at her feet, and it killed her. That shouldn't have happened, but it did. I can't remember that because it's not part of my background. But I could listen to an elder tell me that story. The story of her when she was a 6-year-old and would come to school and she would escape and go home. Her parents would be horrified that she was there because they knew the Indian agent would soon arrive at the door, threatening them, taking away anything they had unless she was returned to school. That's not part of my memory, but it's part of my learning. When I look at this particular bill, it's important. We're talking about 5% of the population, though. We're putting this on. We're putting 5% of the population to take onus to teach us. Is that the way to do it? We have adults in this country, not school children, adults in this country who don't have this education and not the opportunity. There is the town of Strathmore that has done phenomenal work with the Siksika Nation. Many partnerships, many students from both communities, Siksika and Strathmore, go to that school. A teacher in that school, a drama teacher, wrote a play called New Blood. And it is a combination of high school students from Strathmore and Siksika that put that play on. It's a phenomenal play. It needs to be seen far and wide because it would educate adults. Yet I have visited with our National Arts Center. They now have 2 employees that the government said, this is our Indigenous employees, but they have no money. I want this play to come to Ottawa. I want this play to go to other ways. We need adults educated. Education has been mentioned many times in this House is a critical piece. But it's not just for the students. It's for the adults as well. And that play is an example. I've been and I've watched that play of the adults in that room of what they learned from that play. Because it's put on by Indigenous and non-Indigenous students working together to produce a fantastic story of reconciliation with history in it. So today as we look at this, and I look at the notes I had and listen to the people, I look at the structure of, for example, Siksika. We can look at what provincial governments are responsible, federal governments are responsible, municipals. But do you understand what a municipal level government supposedly at a band level does? Sure, Siksika Nation Council, they take care of the roads, the sewer, and the water when it works, if it does work, if it's there. But they're also responsible for education in their nation. They're responsible for health. It's a whole broad range of things they're responsible for. And we, as an adult country, do not understand the challenges of the level of government that they have and the responsibilities they have. We don't know that unless you take the time to learn it. How are we going to learn it? Are we putting the onus of this bill on 5% of the population without resources to teach the rest of us? That's not going to work. We have a piece of legislation that should be approved. Totally agree. Should be approved. But where is the backup in the sense of what the responsibility is to get the education for this to the population? And I'm not talking school children. I'm talking to the adult population. Where is it? We are now putting a heavy debt back on the Indigenous people to educate the rest of us by just saying, you've got a day. I totally agree with the date. On Siksika Reserve, one of the councillors let it walk from those unmarked graves at the school that's gone across the nation to the other school. That's an education those people understand. They're walking those footpaths. They're walking the footpaths that their elders did when they went back and forth. But we weren't there. We don't know that path. But we have to learn it, or this just becomes another holiday, which is wrong. We cannot let this slip into another holiday. But yet we're putting the onus on the Indigenous to do it. We're naming it. I'm this person that's not of that culture. It's not my history. I remember when we passed on the Heritage Committee the Indigenous Languages Bill, C-91. We had many witnesses come, and the ones I liked the best were the ones that said, where is the money going to go to get to our school kids so we can keep our heritage and our culture with our language? And I made amendments at that committee, and they didn't pass. I wanted the money to go directly to the school level, just like the federal government does with the gas tax. It goes directly to the municipality. We bypass the other people. It gets done. I wanted the money to go to the Indigenous communities and their schools. It's not where it went. Went to the three major organizations in this country. I had leadership from Siksika Nation ask me about this legislation, the money. I said, go ask the government. Go ask your cultural or your Indigenous organizations where it is. Because where is it? They're not preserving their language. They're not getting the money. We've got to work at the grassroots level like they understand they need to do with their language. They need to get into their schools and teach their own children their languages to keep their cultures. It's an oral culture. They pass so many things on orally, their stories. It's a storied culture from elders to generation. But they're not getting the money. My fear is we will pass this. We will have a day of recognition. They'll be proud to have it, but will the 95% of the rest of Canadians have a clue? That's my fear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. And it was a pleasure to hear my colleague speaking on this important topic today. And I know that he shares my love of history, of education, and of understanding our heritage, especially when, as he so aptly put it, we weren't there. So on the question of how we, the 95%, can learn. I'm wondering if my colleague is aware of the different funding programs that are available in Heritage Canada. That is what my city of Châteauguay did in conjunction with Kahnawake, which is our neighboring, our neighbor, pure and simple, in producing a joint festival called the Festival de Maïs. It's been going for 3 years now, of course canceled this year, but it has been a tremendous source of mutual education.
The honourable member for Bow River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the compliment from my colleague who, again, we both share the interest in history and would like to make sure people are aware of it. And any information you could share with me, we get lots, and anything you could remind me of would be great. But I'll tell you a problem we've got, and it was at the Heritage Committee, but got as a study, we bring it back. On Siksika Nation, they have a world-class place for artifacts called Blackfoot Crossing. They were trying to get the original clothing of Chief Crowfoot, who signed the original agreement in 1877. It was in a museum in London. They could not get it back because we've got legislation that says it has to be a museum. We've got an archaic word in there that doesn't allow some Indigenous people to bring back artifacts to places on their nations. So speaking to that, We need to fix that. It's again, I will have it on the Heritage Committee for a study. We need to change that so these people can have their artifacts and we don't have to use that archaic name. They've got beautiful facilities, but we've got to fix that. Thank you.
Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I heard him speak about the importance of education and the fact that we need to learn more about Indigenous culture and that we have a duty to remember. And he also spoke about how at committee we can amend legislation and so on. And I know some of his colleagues refused to fast-track the bill and have it deemed referred to committee and deemed past the third reading. So I'd like to know what are the improvements that he would like to see at committee to explain why the bill is not being fast-tracked to third reading.
Bull River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, on the technicality, I was sitting here, I didn't realize who said what, as we often do in sitting in a room in the sense of as who's doing what. You know, in the sense of, because I was looking forward, I just assumed it was coming to committee. We're scheduling, my committee's actually meeting Heritage right now, scheduling things, and the parliamentary secretary is at that meeting scheduling C5 to come to that meeting. I was looking forward to it coming to committee, not from the point of view of voting against it, but to learn more about those, having witnesses come to speak to us about that. I was looking forward to that. No, I understand what you were saying, but had been moving along that line that we thought it was coming, the parliamentary secretary thought it was coming to committee, and that's what's being organized in another room on the Hill at this moment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? We have time for one more short question. Nous avons le temps juste pour une brève.
We have time for one more short question.
For Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then I hope with that following comment it will be moving through committee rather quickly, since that did move entirely the same way through this chamber already, and it already received support not only within this room but also across this country to move as expeditiously as possible. So perhaps a member can enlighten us how he's going to ensure that it actually will move through quickly, and also his party in the Senate will not block it like they did last time.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Bull River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as we know, committees are of their own destiny, so I hear and hear year after year. So what happens in a particular committee, that will be interesting, as it always is, because we don't know that destiny because we're not there yet. So I will be interested in it at committee. Am I supporting this particular bill, as I was last time? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, and by video conference, the honourable member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to acknowledge the land on which I speak today in Fredericton, which is Wolastoqiyik territory, unceded, unsurrendered land operating under the peace and friendship treaties. We cannot just say these words, but we must have intention and action behind them. And I implore each member of this House to do just that. It is an honor to have the opportunity to speak to Bill C5, and I wish to thank my Conservative colleague for sharing his time with me today. The issue of meaningful reconciliation is an issue that is important to my constituents, to people across this country, and it's particularly close to my heart for many, many reasons. First, as a mom of Indigenous children, my boys are Wolastoqiyik. They are being raised with an appreciation for their identity, their language, and culture. My oldest son is in grade 3 in a public school that has made incredible efforts to not only include Indigenous knowledge, history, and culture, but to truly celebrate it. It is front and center at every school assembly, event, and in daily routines. There are integrated educational opportunities for all children, and there are unique learning opportunities for Indigenous youth through permanent staff employed by our local First Nation community who work at the school every day in innovative and exciting ways. My youngest son is 3 years old and attends an on-reserve Head Start program at the Welamogadug Early Learning Center. He receives instruction from his family members and some of our close friends. He is surrounded with love and care and dedication to culturally responsive education. Incidentally, his first day of school was on Orange Shirt Day last year. I couldn't help but think of the beauty of coming first full circle like that, the symbolic significance that his education will begin and proceed so differently than for so many of his ancestors. My oldest child looks more like me, with Celtic roots and light skin, although he is proud to be Indigenous. My youngest looks more like my husband, with dark skin and dark eyes. My prayer for him is always that he will not grow to experience racism and discrimination because of who he is. I pray that he will not feel like he does not belong or that he is not represented in the curriculum he learns throughout his educational journey, as my husband has felt. Another reason C5 is so important to me is because of my passion for teaching. My work in the public school system in New Brunswick was on behalf of First Nation communities. I worked to include accurate history and improve access to language and cultural experiences for Indigenous students, as well as advocate for institutional reforms for enhanced social justice equity in our provincial education system. I have seen the many ways our system continues to fail Indigenous students. I have also seen the incredible resilience of Indigenous students, and I have had the honor to witness inspiring growth, activism, and leadership. This generation of youth are ready to tackle our biggest challenges and to lead Canada into a brighter future as the fastest growing demographic. The 7 generations concept comes to mind and reinforces the idea that we bring with us the lessons and experiences of our ancestors, and that both trauma and healing pass through the bloodline to the present day. That the decisions we make today should result in a sustainable, equitable world 7 generations into the future. This brings me to our responsibility as Canadians. Orange Shirt Day in an educational context is an opportunity to learn, to honor, and to acknowledge the calls to action, to create space for Indigenous elders and survivors to share their truth and feel our love and appreciation. Schools, businesses, and organizations across New Brunswick proudly wear orange and undertake events and activities. This takes the form of healing walks, school assemblies, language lessons, mini powwows, and other creative, informative expressions. I will say that I worry that Bill C5, which makes this day a holiday, could have the consequence of losing some of the momentum that has been built around awareness, particularly in our schools. I also worry that the concession of this day being only for federal employees may have the consequence of losing the power of the intent of a national holiday. I will certainly do all I can to prevent this in my community, and I would like to see some extra assurances with dedicated investments around this bill. I'm also not convinced this bill represents a meaningful act of reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, especially considering events that are transpiring around the country. It seems to me that this government makes a habit of selecting only the easiest calls to action from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, abandoning those that require genuine effort, abdicating responsibility for the hard work we must undertake. I remind this House that there's a long list of education and health outcomes that should be our focus, those that would have lasting impacts for positive change. The sorts of changes that would mean Indigenous women would not have to suffer as Joyce Etchekon did in her last moments of life. The sorts of changes that would mean Chantel Moore and Rodney Levi might still be with us today. So far, most of the change I'm seeing in Canada is a result of the efforts of Indigenous communities and individuals. This is not acceptable. Canada has the responsibility to make things right. Canada must make amends. Canada must have these difficult conversations and show leadership. Our success will be measured in the way we respond to Indigenous nations on an ongoing basis when questions of sovereignty arise, as they have in Nova Scotia in recent weeks. It will be measured in the way we embrace the collective and inherent rights of Indigenous peoples, the way we carry out our relationships with these nations, the way we embolden or chastise racist commentary from Canadians that do not yet understand these rights. I recognize that a national memorial holiday was included in the TRC and that I have committed to stand behind each calls to action. Therefore, I will certainly vote in favor of this bill. However, I hope the government understands its continuing responsibility to support educational initiatives and to fund events and activities around this national holiday. The work we do today in the House will have repercussions on the next 7 generations. It will be the foundation of a future where we understand the truth of our past and celebrate what we have built together. I implore Canadians to observe this holiday, to learn the true intention behind it, and take on the challenge of becoming allies and champions of reconciliation. I will end with this metaphor, sent to me by Eddie Charlie of the Cowichan Nation and a residential school survivor. He described the long-term intergenerational impacts of the trauma inflicted by residential schools as poison leached into a river, contaminating everything along the way. He says, "We've been contaminated by hate, pain, aggression, and until we clean up that river, we'll always be stuck in a really bad place. The process of cleaning up that river is underway. It is our job as parliamentarians, as Canadians, to roll up our sleeves and to get to work." Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to questions and comments, the chair has notice of intervention on a point of order that we were dealing with earlier this day. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I unreservedly apologize for the gesture I made in question period today. Thank you.
Thank the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe for his response, and I think we accordingly can consider the matter closed. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for Fredericton for her admirable speech. I learned a lot. And it was really nice to hear about her 2 sons. And it sounds like her 2 children are in wonderful hands. I think we must support this bill, which originated with my former New Democrat colleague, Georgina Joly-Bois. But we need to go a lot further, as my colleague for Fredericton said. So, does she believe that UNDRIP should be included in all of federal legislation? And shouldn't the federal government stop bringing before the courts the International Tribunal on Human Rights decision?
For Fredericton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à mon...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for this question and for his kind words about my children.
I absolutely believe that we need to enshrine the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples into our federal framework. And I certainly believe that children should not be in court defending their rights, especially when it comes to their social welfare. And I also wish to add to the record that Indigenous communities are more than well equipped to handle child and family services on their own behalf for their own children, and that we very much need to honor, again, that sovereignty, that self-governance and self-determination piece that I was mentioning in my speech. So I just want to congratulate First Nation communities across the country for the incredible work that they continue to do on behalf of their children. And I implore my colleagues in the House to continue to do our work to catch up to what they've been doing. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member brings up, I think, a valid point in regards to the national legislation and where it has its impact. And there is, hopefully, through the legislation, we will see other jurisdictions do likewise, and emphasizing the importance that, as it's been pointed out previously, it's not a day off, but rather it's an opportunity for us to be a better society by getting a better understanding as to why we're designating this date. And just to her comments on that.
The honourable member for Fredericton.
Well, I mean, I certainly think it's important to formally enshrine this as an official holiday in Canada. I just wonder what that means. So I think we need to have more conversation about what, again, the responsibility of Canadians and non-Indigenous Canadians to reconcile what we have done. And so I just, I think about National Indigenous Peoples Day and some of the things that we celebrate, a lot of the positive actions that come out of such a day. So I ask that more Canadians learn. So it's really about that educational opportunity for me. So it goes back to investments. It goes back to supports. If we're doing better in our education system, if we have more culturally responsive curriculum, that's just part of the provincial system in general, I think that will have a bigger impact than perhaps a national holiday. So again, I support this, but we must go much, much, much further.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Matisse Matan Matapédia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's speech. I thank her. It's also difficult for people like me who have not at all experienced what people from these communities experience, the atrocities they lived through. But we must act as allies, and it is our role as parliamentarians to do so in our ridings and to bring forward also commemorative events, raise awareness, educate. And this kind of bill has consensus among the government and the opposition parties. I think everybody believes this is a step towards reconciliation. The government should move to the next step, even furthering more reconciliation.
and to ensure reconciliation with the Indigenous peoples.
Merci encore, Monsieur.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for that question.
There's a lot that we need to be doing as parliamentarians. I look to the other calls to action. I mentioned some of the outcomes in education and health. I highlighted some of the ways that we continue to fail in these areas. I also think about the comparisons that have been made with Remembrance Day and with what this holiday could be. So it's really about our next steps as members of parliament and how we choose to observe and promote awareness in our communities around this national holiday. But I'd like to see, again, more concrete investments and commitments in funding, because it's going to take a lot more than our words. It's going to take actions, and it's going to take funding. So I think that's a big step for sure. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to start by advising the House that I'll be splitting my time with the member for Winnipeg North. I'm joining you here from my riding of Scarborough Rouge Park on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. I'm honored to speak here today on the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. It is a day marked by September 30th, which we've traditionally marked as Orange Shirt Day. And I want to thank the many survivors and family members who've taught me so much about residential schools over the years, and I'm particularly honored to work with colleagues such as the member for the Northwest Territories, who himself is a survivor, and former member of Parliament Romeo Sagnash, and former member MP Jolibois, who was the initial sponsor of this bill. And I'm also inspired by the work of so many of my colleagues here, including the member for Winnipeg Centre and my good friend from Sydney, Victoria, and I'm also inspired by the words of the member for Fredericton and the member for North Island Powell River, members representing the many different parties within our House. Let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, this day is to respect, honor, and reflect on the enormous lives lost in the generations of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, whose lives have been forever changed. It's equally to recognize the enormous resilience of the survivors and their families. It is about education, as many have said, but it is not about Indigenous people educating non-Indigenous people about what's happened with residential schools and the many other oppressive things that have happened in this country since 1867 and beyond. It is about Canadians learning and taking initiative to understand what this day marks. This is not about re-victimizing those who have enormous pain, enormous struggles to overcome, and intergenerational trauma that cannot be erased overnight. And I always say when I speak about reconciliation, I often qualify this term because I know it's a term that's used quite regularly. It's used by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission with the 94 calls to action. And it's a term that our government uses quite regularly. But as someone who has worked on the issue of reconciliation, I can tell you it is not one where those who are affected, those who are victimized, need to reconcile. It is about those who perpetrated these atrocities who need to come forward and make sure the conditions are there for reconciliation. As far as we have a survivor, as far as we have a child of a survivor who is directly impacted by residential schools, it will be very difficult to reconcile. As long as those lives continue to be, in terms of every social economic measure, not at par with non-Indigenous people, the conditions will not be there for reconciliation to take shape. So as much as we mark this day, as much as this day is an important and significant day, it is a day for Canadians to recommit and double down on the need for reconciliation to take place, the need for all of the social and social determinants of health to be rectified, and to ensure that we have a proper plan and path forward to ensure that true equality can take shape in Canada. And I know a number of questions were posed about the Indian Act itself, and I can categorically say that it is a deeply flawed and deeply racist act that continues to subjugate First Nations people from coast to coast to coast in a very colonial setting. I don't know how else to say it. It is a deeply racist piece of legislation. Sadly, it is one of those pieces of legislation that cannot be just undone, as it is. It has taken generations to put together, and in many ways to be able to address some of the issues within Indigenous and First Nations communities. It is important that the journey that we're on towards a nation-to-nation relationship where First Nations communities and nations and peoples can actually negotiate and establish their own governance, their own self-determination over very basic things and very complex things, including land, including resources, including language, including justice, including culture. Until we do that, it will be too simplistic of a solution just to say we're going to eliminate the Indian Act altogether. It is one of those acts, as the member for Sydney Victoria had said, and he said it quite well. It is an act that unfortunately is not ready to be taken down yet, but that is where we need to end up. And let me speak to more on this day itself. As the Parliamentary Secretary previously, who was working on this file, we heard from so many different people on the need for this day. I think there was a lot of discussion. The TRC call to action number 80 did not specify September 30th, but it definitely called for a day that would mark this important recognition of residential schools. And in fact, September 30th rather, became the natural fit, and that is almost a consensus that we received from many different individuals and survivors and leaders and communities and from people of all walks of life, Indigenous people of all walks of life. And it was that kind of consensus, I think, that allowed us to move forward on this day. But it is also something that is not the end. In fact, it is a beginning. So I think some have suggested that yes, we establish this day and we go away. No, it is in fact the beginning, I think, of a longer journey, a longer discussion, and a more elaborate conversations as to how this should be marked in each and every community. In Scarborough Rouge Park and places like the GTA, there are very few resources that are available, even though we have very large populations of urban Indigenous people. We have very few resources to be able to educate, and I think this is where our school boards need to come in, our provinces need to come in. And similar to Remembrance Day, where there is an actual event at schools, because it's in Ontario at least, it's not a provincial holiday, this should be a day where people are able to mark it locally, are able to speak about it. Young people are able to understand and to learn from each other and from their teachers on this experience. years. I'm someone who went to school in Canada since I was in grade 4, and I can tell you I did not learn about this until well into my university years, and even then I would say that it was insufficient. So I think that learning and that education needs to take place on a day like this, where it is not a holiday. It won't be a holiday in many of the provinces until they bring legislation, but it will allow schools to mark the day and to be able to observe it in a very poignant manner. This statutory holiday will ensure that public commemoration of the tragic and painful history and legacy of residential schools remains a vital component of the reconciliation process. And throughout the witness testimony for the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, commissioners heard from many organizations and groups that highlighted the importance and value of the day to commemorate. They talked about the need to have a day to reflect the harm that has been historically inflicted on First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. And I hope that this House is able to adopt this. I do want to note that there are many calls to action. In fact, almost 80% of the calls to action under the sole responsibility of the federal government or shared responsibility of the provinces have been completed or are well underway. And this is one of those items. And I want to just make note that call to action number 50, which is calling on the Pope to apologize on behalf of the actions of the Catholic Church, is something that I think may gain traction given the developments of the Pope this week alone on same-sex marriage. So I'm hoping that we are able to work together as faith groups, as governments, as Indigenous people to advance reconciliation in Canada, and I hope to see this legislation pass as soon as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We're just about the time of adjournment, and we will have 5 minutes remaining for questions and comments when the House next gets back to the question. But before we adjourn, I have to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, that image behind him, I just wonder if that happens to be a print of the Canada's first urban national park that happens to be in his riding.
It is an absolute shameless promotion of the most beautiful park in Canada, and I know many of my colleagues will completely disagree, but yes, indeed it is. Thank you, sir.
I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Member for Windsor West on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to thank the member for his work on that first National Urban Park. We're trying to do the second one in Windsor, but theirs, the Rouge, is a great shining example.
So there we are, a good start. Yeah. It being 2:32 p.m., this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.